Mars continues. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. We are gearing up for NASA's Perseverance rover to touch down on Mars. Happening in an hour and a half from now, the rover will attempt to land in Jezero Crater. It is the most difficult landing site on Mars ever attempted. Thank you for joining us. I'm your host, Raquel Villanueva. In the past, mission team members gathered in our mission control for landings. But this time around, we have COVID safety measures in place. Today's landing will look a little different than what you've seen before. I am in a room by myself, and so is my co-host. Here in the Space Flight Operations Facility, team members are in different parts of this building. Some are in mission control, others are upstairs for landing operations. We also have isolated rooms for our guests on this show. In total, we have 8 locations covered by 14 robotic cameras that you will be seeing. One of those locations is the dark room, the heart of NASA's Deep Space Network. Think of it as a giant communication switchboard. This is where spacecraft phone home to us from across the solar system and interstellar space. The Deep Space Network has been tracking Perseverance since it left Earth. And there are lots of ways you can watch landing today. We have a 360-degree camera inside the control room. It lets you experience the landing right along with the team while seeing this broadcast. We also have the clean feed. It shows an uninterrupted view of mission control and audio. También tenemos un programa en español. To tell us about it is host Diana Trujillo, who also works on the mission.
Thank you, Raquel. We're so excited to be the sister live broadcast in Spanish. Sintonízate nuestro programa en las redes sociales de Twitter, YouTube y Facebook en la NASA en español para que nos acompañes a un tour virtual de la NASA con entrevistas con astronautas, con participación de artistas, con entrevistas con científicos e ingenieros de Perseverance, con Plaza Sésamo y mucho más. Te esperamos.
Gracias, Diana. And don't forget, we want to see how you are watching the landing today. Use the hashtag Countdown to Mars to send us your photos and videos. To preview what interviews are coming up is my co-host from the JPL News office, Marina Jurica.
Thanks so much, Raquel. The excitement is building behind me right here in Mission Control as we count down to the Perseverance landing. We will be talking to some of the many people who made today possible, from scientists to engineers on the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover team to folks from NASA headquarters giving us a look into the future of Mars exploration. A little later, we will also be speaking with the students who named the rover and the helicopter. Inspirational stories as we prepare for another landing on the Red Planet. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Let's give a shout out to the students around the nation learning about Perseverance's mission to Mars with their teachers. We're happy you're with us on this exciting day. Later in the show, we will be answering some of the questions you submitted through your classrooms. Landing on Mars is complex. The team will be calling out milestones as they happen. It's fast-paced, and you'll hear lots of technical terms. To help us translate and explain what is going on in Mission Control is Swati Mohan. She is part of Perseverance's landing team. Thanks for guiding us through landing today, Swati.
Hi, Raquel. I'm happy to be here today.
So, Swati, what is the status of the Perseverance rover right now?
So Perseverance is still in space right now, about 9,000 miles from Mars. So far, she is healthy and on course.
And it takes time to send signals between Earth and Mars. Can you let us know how that affects the information you are seeing?
So Mars is about 127 million miles from Earth right now. That means it takes about 11 minutes from light to travel from Mars to Earth. So all the information that we receive from Perseverance actually happened 11 minutes ago. So the round trip is 22 minutes for us to send a command to Perseverance and hear back on the ground that she's received that command. This is what we call two-way light time.
That's good to know. And can you tell us who else is in the room with you right now?
The operations team is split into two different areas. Here in the cruise mission support area, we have primarily the team that has been flying Perseverance from Earth to Mars. You'll see the placards with the roles of each of the people by their stations. Some of the people you may hear talking today are the flight director, who is the conductor of our operations orchestra here, the entry, descent, and landing activity lead, who is a member of the landing team tasked with understanding the execution of entry, descent, and landing, and then also the telecommunications and entry, descent, and landing communications engineers who will be monitoring the signal from Perseverance through the different paths that we have. Upstairs, in what we call the war room, we have almost the entire entry, descent, and landing operations team. And then across the hall from them, we have the surface mission control room, where the surface operations team is ready and waiting to take over as soon as Perseverance's wheels touch the ground.
And you have been part of this mission for years now. Can you tell us what have you been working on?
I've been working on Perseverance for almost 8 years now as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer, working primarily on entry, descent, and landing. One of my big tasks was to help with terrain relative navigation. Perseverance will be the first mission to fly terrain relative navigation. So while she's descending on the parachute, she'll actually be looking at the ground with a camera, seeing where she is with respect to the Martian surface, and choosing a safe spot to land that she can get to. After so many years of working on the mission, it's an honor to be here today as the mission commentator.
We're happy to have you here. Thanks, Swati. We'll be checking back in with you in just a few minutes as Perseverance approaches its next milestone. But for now, let's learn more about the rover's mission once it lands on Mars.
You know, Mars is the closest place that we can reach with robotic exploration that we think had a really good chance of having ancient life.
The Perseverance rover will land at a location called Jezero Crater. Jezero Crater is a very interesting place. It's a crater that once held a lake.
There are a lot of craters on the surface of Mars that could have once hosted ancient lakes, but not every crater that we think had a lake actually preserves evidence that that lake was there.
It had an inflow channel and it had an outflow channel. That means it was filled. The crater was filled with water.
In Jezero, we have probably one of the most beautifully preserved delta deposits on Mars in that crater.
This is a wonderful place to live for microorganisms, and it is also a wonderful place for those microorganisms to be preserved so that we can find them now so many billions of years later.
There is no other place on Mars that has the unique combination of a lake setting, a beautifully preserved delta, and the diverse mineralogy that we have in Jezero Crater. So it's truly a special landing site.
The major goal of the Perseverance mission is to investigate astrobiology on Mars, and in particular, to address the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. The Perseverance rover starts with a design that's very similar to Curiosity. We've added to it a whole new set of science instruments, and these science instruments were purposefully selected to help us in the search for biosignatures.
We're going to be taking microphones with us. For the first time, we're going to have that human sense on another planet.
Perseverance carries with her a grand experiment in spacefaring technology, a helicopter. the name of which is now Ingenuity.
One of the major upgrades that Perseverance has from Curiosity is that it's able to self-drive for a distance of up to 200 meters per day. As the rover is driving, it's literally building the map of the road it's driving on Mars.
Scientists for years have told us that to really unlock the secrets of Mars, we have to bring samples from Mars back to Earth.
So what Mars 2020 is going to do is to drill samples, put them in small tubes. We're going to seal it in its own individual tube. We set them on the surface to provide a target for the second two missions, which hopefully will get in development in the next several years and could potentially get the samples back to Earth by 2031.
Perseverance is a very, very profound first step in both our understanding of our place in the universe and a stepping stone towards human exploration on Mars.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary, and Perseverance is about to reach another important milestone. Swati, can you tell us what is happening?
We are at a milestone where the operations team determines whether they're ready to turn off the transmitter to Perseverance. Turning off the transmitter is like taking your hands off of the wheel. At this point forward, Perseverance would be on her own to execute entry, descent, and landing over 500,000 lines of code. Let's listen in.
Go. Propulsion. Go. Art lead. Go. Team chief. Go. Ace. Go. Launch cruise phase lead. Go. Deputy mission. Go. EDL phase lead. Go. Mission assurance. Mission assurance is go. Chief engineer. Chief is go. Project manager. Projects go. Mission manager. All stations are go for transmitter off. Copy flight. Go for transmitter off.
There you have it, Raquel. We have deemed Perseverance ready to execute entry, descent, and landing on her own.
Thank you, Swati. As we just heard, Perseverance is now operating on its own as it cruises closer to Mars. To help explain what this mission means for the agency is NASA's Associate Administrator, Thomas Zurbuchen. Thomas, this is our fifth rover sent to Mars since 1997. Can you tell us how Perseverance is going to kickstart a new era?
Wow, this is such an important day today, and it really is the beginning of a new era in a sense that we're going from exploration, kind of with experiments on rovers, looking around, doing analysis, to the sample return phase, in which we're not only looking around, looking at the geology, but really turning our rover into a robotic geologist and astrobiologist, collecting samples that we will bring back to Earth. And for us, of course, those are where the best laboratories are of all of humanity. Some of them still remain to be explored by some that are not yet in the science community yet. And that's what we're looking forward to. It's that new phase. The other element that I want to talk about is the amazing technologies that are there. And of course, one of my favorites is the Ingenuity helicopter, this in search of this extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment, you know, controlled flight for the first time elsewhere, Raquel.
Great. And we have a student question on video for you from Macy.
Hi, my name is Macy Ragsdale. My question is anything alive on Mars? Thank you.
Well, Macy, I'm so glad for your question. It's a question I ask myself. Is anything alive there? And frankly, at the surface where we're going right now with Perseverance, we do not believe there's anything alive right there because of the radiation that's there. It's chilling cold and there's really no water there. But guess what? We think that 3 billion years ago, this looked like a stream that you may see on Earth. And frankly, a lot more similar than Earth, with water with a magnetic field, just like the Earth with an atmosphere. And the question is, at that time, 3 billion years ago, were there single-cell organisms, just of the type that developed on Earth? So is there life on Mars overall? We don't know. But where we're going right now, we're really looking for ancient life. And that's what we're so excited about.
Thank you for your time today, Thomas. And thanks to everyone who has been using the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Here are some of the photos that you've sent in so far. Let's take a look. Now, please keep sharing with us how you are watching this moment today. For now, let's go back to Swati for an important update to what's going on in Mission Control as we get closer to another milestone.
Hi, Raquel. This next milestone is a communications poll. So during landing, not only will Perseverance talk directly to Earth, but we'll also be talking to 2 spacecraft that are currently orbiting Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and the MAVEN spacecraft. This poll is to confirm with the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft and the MAVEN spacecraft teams that they are ready and on track to support the relay from Perseverance. Let's listen in.
EDL comm flight.
Go flight.
Have you performed the comm check and readiness of the orbiters?
We have performed the voice check and the readiness poll and can confirm that MRO, MAVEN, EDA, Radio Science 1 and 2, UHF, DTE, CSN, and EDL GDS are all ready to support.
Copy, EDL comm.
So we've just heard that we have confirmation from each of the different orbiters and all of their support equipment on the ground that they are ready and are on track to support the relay from Perseverance.
Great. Thank you, Swati. And we just heard that communications readiness poll, which means we are ready to relay the data Perseverance will send to get a better idea of what the rover looks like as it approaches Mars. We have a NASA program called EYES. The visualization lets anyone watching track Perseverance. Here's how the program works.
Follow Perseverance on its journey to the surface of the red planet with eyes on the solar system. From your desktop or mobile device, go to eyes.nasa.gov. Click on the banner, and now you're with Perseverance in real time through every step of EDL, entry, descent, and landing. This interactive experience lets you ride along from whatever perspective you choose. Click and drag, scroll in, scroll out. Check out the descriptions and explanations to increase your EDL expertise. Experience every entry, descent, and landing event precisely designed and executed to land Perseverance safely on Mars. The EYES experience is based on predictive data, but during this broadcast you'll see a different visualization called Ranger, and it's based on the real communication the team in Mission Control receives from Perseverance in near real time. This is the visualization the team will follow as data fills their screens while monitoring the health of Perseverance on its nerve-wracking course to another successful Mars landing. Enjoy the ride.
You are watching live Mars landing commentary Stepping outside Mission Control to talk to us is Perseverance System Engineer Matt Smith. Thanks for joining us today, Matt.
Hey, Raquel.
Well, coming from Mission Control, we are going to hear terms related to landing. Can you help us understand what some of them mean?
Sure, definitely. One thing you'll hear a lot about is telemetry. So telemetry is just our way of talking about data that's coming from the spacecraft and telling us important things like temperatures on the vehicle, pressure, how much fuel we have left, and other things that we need to understand for the health and safety of the vehicle. You'll also hear the word nominal, hopefully. Nominal means everything is expected, everything is okay, we're good to go. You'll hear also a lot about velocity and deceleration. So velocity is just our speed combined with the direction we're going. And deceleration is our slowing velocity. So we're coming in at over 12,000 miles per hour, and we're going to slow down to a nice, comfortable 2 miles per hour at landing, and that's our deceleration. Speaking of landing, you may hear a couple important terms at landing itself. One is RIMU stable. So the RIMU is a device on the rover that measures the rover's orientation and whether it's moving. So we want a nice stable landing spot without any motion. You'll also hear UHF stable, hopefully. UHF stable refers to good telecommunications link with the rover and indicates that we've had a good separation between the descent stage and the rover after the sky crane maneuver. Finally, you may also hear Tango Delta nominal or touchdown nominal. That means we've touched down on the surface of Mars within the expected range of safe landing speeds.
Thanks for that breakdown. Now, this is your first Mars mission. What have you learned from this experience?
Yeah, one of my takeaways is that you can almost never be too careful when it comes to Mars. You definitely can't take Mars for granted. You know, we've checked and double-checked and triple-checked everything on our way to Mars. And, you know, even though we've done this once before using the sky crane technique on the Curiosity rover, you know, I think everyone's going to have their, everyone's going to hold their breath until we're on the surface of Mars this time around.
And we have a social media question coming in. Nor the Door on Instagram asks, how complicated is the automated landing sequence and who wrote the code?
Yeah, it's quite complicated. The automated landing software needs to do literally hundreds of things all on its own, just right with sub-second timing accuracy. And it's the result of many hundreds of people over many years, stretching all the way back to Curiosity and then improved for the Perseverance landing today at Jezero Crater.
Great. Thanks for your time today, Matt, and good luck.
Thanks.
Now, landing on Mars is hard. Landing on Mars during a pandemic is even harder. The team behind the Perseverance rover faced one of its biggest challenges when the coronavirus pandemic struck. Here's how they kept the mission going.
When the pandemic struck, the future was certainly unknown. It was like walking into a blind, dark alley. You didn't know what was there, what was in front of you, what you were going to have to deal with.
It's something that nobody expected. It's something nobody could plan for.
So we all were asked to start working from home.
Rather than your first priority being mission success and getting to the launch pad, your first priority immediately gets displaced, and it's now the safety of the people.
And it took a lot of work to put stuff together in order to keep momentum going, to keep people working safely, keep them healthy, and to keep the project on schedule.
We called the effort Mars 2020 Safe at Work, and the objective was to keep the team as safe or safer than they would be if they were not working. You know, putting a spacecraft together that's going to Mars and not making a mistake, it's hard no matter what. Trying to do it during the middle of a pandemic, it's a lot harder.
And liftoff. As the countdown to Mars continues, the perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Certainly never done something like this before. Try to lead a team that's flying a spacecraft on the way to Mars while getting ready for landing, while doing it all from home.
There's no doubt that working in isolation, not virtual isolation, but in physical isolation from everyone else, is a challenge.
We had to rethink and redesign what it meant to operate a spacecraft in flight when we couldn't all be in the same room in mission control, seeing the data come down from Perseverance.
It was a major change going to that, looking at everyone on a screen instead of in person.
Because of the pandemic, you can't, just pop over your cubicle wall and talk to the person next to you.
It's definitely been a challenge to figure out how to communicate and get everything done remotely, but we've managed to make it work.
We are explorers. Our job is to go into the unknown, and this is just another example of the unknown.
We're really doing something that's transformative and trying to understand whether or not life evolved on another planet. That's the fundamental objective of this mission.
We're all still connected by this incredible mission and this this wonderful team that we have the opportunity to be a part of. So that keeps at least me going.
Pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's associated with the mission has said the same thing, which is you could not have come up with a better name than Perseverance.
It's an amazing serendipity that we get to persevere through working on Perseverance.
Joining us now is Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Matt Wallace. Matt, just how ambitious is this mission, and how does this team stay on track with unexpected challenges like the pandemic?
Well, it's a very ambitious mission. We're carrying not only a host of new, extremely capable science instruments to do that science mission that we've talked about, but also a number of technology experiments that provide feed-forward information into the next set of robotic explorers or even human exploration of Mars. So there's a lot for us to do. We look a lot like Curiosity, but in fact we're carrying 50% more payload down to the surface of Mars, and so it's been a big challenge, and it was particularly challenging when the pandemic struck. It came at a critical time in our processing. We were just months away from launching. We're trying to essentially get the spacecraft assembled, do the final tests. Did not have a lot of margin in our schedule, and our focus just entirely shifted from that to keeping the team safe and keeping their families safe. And we had to do that quickly, to make the adjustment quickly. I think, we got through it with a lot of help. A lot of people stepped up to make it happen. The team was tenacious, and we managed to get it launched and fly it to Mars. Thanks to a lot of help.
And Matt, just how large is the team that worked on Perseverance?
It's a big team. A couple thousand people here just at JPL, in fact, have worked on the mission. And then almost every other NASA center has contributed in some significant and critical way as well. We have over 1,000 industry partners that have provided hardware into this mission from 44 different states, 60 different cities, and of course we have international contributions from Europe and many other international providers as well. So it's a big team. It's taken a lot of people to get us to where we're at.
That is a big team. This is the most difficult landing site ever attempted. Now, why do you think Perseverance is ready to land in Jezero Crater now?
Jezero is tough. I mean, it's scientifically fascinating because it's got a lot of things like craters and rock fields and cliffs and sand dunes and that sort of thing, which are great for the science community. That's exactly the type of features they're looking for to learn more about Mars. But they're all landing hazards for us, and so we've had to add new technology to remote navigation, which is the ability essentially to divert away from hazards. But we have taken this system through the same types of paces that we have in previous missions. We've used the same techniques, the same best practices for engineering verification, and in many cases we've used the same people. This, in fact, is my fifth Mars rover mission, and I'm not alone. There's other people on the project in the same situation. So You know, the team has given it everything they've gotten to put it all out there and to make this successful, and I think we're ready.
Thanks, Matt, and good luck on your 5th mission.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jezero Crater is a location on Mars that has intrigued scientists for years. Let's head over to Marina to learn more about the science goals of the mission.
That's right, Raquel. Here to explain why we want to go there is Deputy Project Scientist Katie Stack Morgan. Welcome, Katie.
Thanks, Marina. Glad to be here.
Now, Perseverance is landing on Mars at the Jezero Crater. Why is it that you and the team chose this particular area?
Yeah, so scientists believe Jezero Crater is one of the best places on Mars and possibly the entire solar system to look for signs of ancient life. Jezero contained an ancient lake and has within it one of the best preserved ancient delta deposits on the surface of Mars. And deltas form when a river enters a relatively open body of water, like an impact crater, and deposits the sediment that it's carrying into the lake. And we know based on studies of deltas and lakes here on Earth that they're great places to concentrate and preserve organics and support microbial life. We're also excited because Jezero exposes rocks that are between 3.5 to more than 4 billion years old and represent a variety of different geological processes.
Now, this might be a tough choice, but what do you think would be the most rewarding scientific discovery that we expect to get from this mission?
Yes, hands down, I think the most rewarding discovery I think we can make with Perseverance would be finding a truly compelling ancient biosignature on Mars. The rocks in and around Jezero Crater record a period of time when life first arose in the solar system, and we have the opportunity with Perseverance to study the evolution of the planet from a once habitable world likely capable of supporting ancient life to the cold, barren planet we know Mars is today.
And why do you think, Katie, it's so important to find out if there really is or was ancient life on Mars?
Well, the question of whether there's life beyond Earth is one of the most fundamental and essential questions we can ask. And our ability to ask this question and develop the scientific investigations and technology to answer it is one of the things that make us as a species so unique. And based on everything we know about Mars in the past, it absolutely should have been capable of supporting ancient life. So we can find out an answer to the question, where there were habitable environments, was there life? And studying the possible emergence of life on ancient Mars can also help us better understand the conditions that led to life on our own planet.
That's so fascinating, Katie. Now we're going to take a question from a student, Vara.
Hi, I am Vara, and my question is, why was Mars able to sustain lakes and rivers ages ago, but cannot now? Isn't it cold enough to make water, and isn't it always? Thank you.
Yeah, that is such a great question. And one of the things that protects our atmosphere here on Earth and allows liquid water to be stable on our own planet is the fact that we have a magnetic field protecting that atmosphere. We think that Mars lost its magnetic field way back billions of years ago and left the atmosphere exposed to things like solar winds and cosmic rays that basically blew that atmosphere away. And once that happened, liquid water wasn't stable on the surface of Mars anymore. It was too cold and the pressure was too low. And so now Mars is not capable of supporting liquid water and likely not capable of supporting life at its surface.
Well, thank you so much to Vara for that great question. And a big shout out to all the kids that are watching out there today. And thank you so much to you, Katie, for joining us. That was so great.
Thank you.
Now sending it back over to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Earlier, we were able to catch up with the communications systems engineer, Chloe Sakier. She helps us break down the system used to track Perseverance during landing.
The communications infrastructure supporting Perseverance's landing is quite complex. We've rallied a truly global network of relay and communications assets to help us capture and record those precious minutes of entry, descent, and landing, or EDL. We receive a stream of engineering telemetry via these communication assets that helps us see and understand exactly what's happening. Perseverance sends direct-to-Earth X-band tones, each of which provides us with indications of critical entry, descent, and landing events. During entry, descent, and landing, we have 2 Mars orbiters listening for the ultra-high frequency, or UHF, signals from Perseverance. These orbiters relay these signals to deep space network stations on Earth, Madrid in Spain, and Goldstone in California. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, or MRO, has reconfigured its software to perform a type of relay called bent pipe. This will provide us with near real-time telemetry during entry, descent, and landing. We have coverage from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter from just before entry to a few minutes after landing. The telemetry we receive will be delayed by the time it takes light to travel from Mars to us back on Earth. Additionally, the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution spacecraft, or MAVEN, is recording these UHF signals and will be relaying that recording hours after landing. MAVEN will be covering us from around the time of cruise stage separation until a few minutes after landing. We also receive what we call heartbeat tones, which are indications that the spacecraft is alive and progressing throughout entry, descent, and landing. It's important to note that while unexpected, we could lose our communication links and still land safely. Because Perseverance is doing entry, descent, and landing completely autonomously, she doesn't need our help to joystick the landing. The communication links give us added visibility.
And you can see Chloe hard at work inside Mission Control right now. Perseverance's landing might look like the system the Curiosity rover used back in 2012. But landing on Mars is difficult. There's always a risk involved. Here's what needs to happen for Perseverance to touch down safely in Jezero Crater.
Nothing can be taken for granted when you get to Mars. There's a lot of things we just don't know.
Space always has a way of throwing us curveballs and surprising us.
I mean, until we get the data that says we're on the ground safely, I'm going to be worried that we're not going to make it.
Entry, descent, and landing is often referred to as the 7 minutes of terror because it takes about 7 minutes to get from the top of the atmosphere of Mars to the ground safely.
The spacecraft has to do all of this by itself.
There are many things that have to go right to get Perseverance onto the ground safely.
There's a lot counting on this. This is the first leg of our sample return relay race. There's a lot of work on the line.
Starting about 10 minutes before atmospheric entry, we get rid of really the spacecraft part of the rover that's been supporting us.
We come screaming in to the Martian atmosphere at 12 to 13,000 miles per hour.
And the heat shield is what dissipates all that initial energy through friction.
The vehicle will continue actually flying itself through the atmosphere. It's sort of like a transforming vehicle that went from a spacecraft and now it's kind of like an aircraft actively guiding itself.
When we're going slow enough, we deploy a parachute.
It's the biggest supersonic parachute we've ever sent to another planet. It's critical for slowing down the vehicle.
Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing borrows heavily from that of Curiosity.
But fundamentally, Perseverance is a different rover. She's bigger, she has different instruments.
We've added a lot of smarts on the inside to make it more capable so that it can deal with the landing site that we've given.
The science team identified Jezero Crater as basically an ancient lake bed and one of the most promising places to look for evidence of ancient microbial life and to collect samples for future return to Earth. The problem is it's a much more hazardous place to land.
When you look at Jezero, all you see is danger. How do we go to a site that we never thought was safe enough to go to before? So the heat shield, which has protected us all the way through entry, is no longer necessary. We need to get that off so that we can actually see the ground. And we can see the ground in a couple different ways.
Perseverance will be the first mission to use terrain relative navigation. So while it's descending on the parachute, it will actually be taking images of the surface of Mars and determining where to go based on what it sees. This is finally like landing with your eyes open. Having this new technology really allows Perseverance to land in much more challenging terrain than Curiosity or any previous Mars mission could. Amongst the rocks and the craters and the cliffs, these things are hazardous to the rover, but these are the things that are interesting to the scientists.
Once Perseverance has figured out where she is, we jettison the back shell and parachute and light up our rockets. Those rockets help us steer to a safe landing spot that's nearby.
That descent stage takes us all the way down to about 20 meters off the ground.
That's when we start the sky maneuver. Once the rover has hit the ground, the descent stage will cut loose from the rover and fly away to a safe distance. Surviving that 7 minutes is really just the beginning for Perseverance. Its job, right, being the first leg of sample return, to go look for those signs of past life on Mars. All that can't start until we get Perseverance safely to the ground. And then that's when the real mission begins.
With us now is Al Chen. He is Perseverance's entry, descent, and landing lead. Al, you were part of the Curiosity rover landing. Does it get any easier the second time around?
It absolutely does not, especially when considering we're trying to land the biggest, heaviest, and most complex rover we've ever built at the most dangerous landing site we've ever attempted. Jezero may look great and promising from a science perspective, but it's absolutely treacherous for landing. There's a cliff wall that's about 200 feet tall that runs right through the middle of the landing site. There are craters full of sand that even if we landed in them, we would not be able to drive out of. And there are rocks to the east and actually all over the place, rock fields. That would be a bad day for us if we were to land on them.
Now, Al, what new technology makes this type of dangerous landing possible?
Perseverance is carrying two new technologies that are really kind of under the hood smarts that are allowing us to land at this kind of treacherous landing site. The first is range trigger. That's the ability, we've given Perseverance the ability to decide for herself, based on where she is, when to deploy the parachute. Previously, we used to deploy parachutes, that supersonic parachute, based just on navigated velocity. But now Perseverance has the smarts to figure out where she is and deploy that parachute at just the right place to make sure that we shrink where we could come down. That actually reduces the area, that error ellipse, where we can come down on the ground, from something that was on the order of 15 miles long by 12 miles wide for Curiosity to about 5 miles long by 4 miles wide for Perseverance. So that's quite a bit of reduction. Second, the next piece of technology that's helping us land there is terrain relative navigation. In the past, after we've popped off the heat shield, we've taken pictures of the ground as it's been coming up, but we haven't really done anything with them. This time, Perseverance is carrying a camera to take pictures, but also a kind of second brain to help it figure out what those pictures are telling it and match it up with an onboard map from a satellite. That allows it to figure out exactly where she is. Suddenly then, she can then fly to safe spots that are nearby once she really knows where she is. It allows the site to not have to be as flat and boring as a pancake as some of our past sites have been, the entire area we could come down. Now we just need little pieces of that site to be small enough and safe enough for us to land in safely and fly there after we've gotten rid of the parachute.
And we also have a social media question coming in. Sansakari14 on Instagram is asking, how does the Sky Crane decide where to move itself after the payload lands?
After the payload lands, after the rover touches down, the Sky Crane, the descent stage, which is that rocket-powered jetpack above it, the first job, of course, is to make sure you don't hurt the rover. So it'll turn forward or backward so that the engine plumes don't pass over the rover. So it'll come up and start to turn. And it'll go in whichever direction is closest to north. So it can either go forward, if that's the way north is, or go toward the rear of the rover, if that's where north is. And it'll fly about a third of a mile or so away.
Thanks for talking to us today, Al.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's head back to Mission Control for an update from Swati.
Hi, Raquel. So remember that command that we sent at around 11:35 to turn the transmitter off? We are just about to get confirmation that Perseverance has received the command. The command took 11 minutes to go to Perseverance, and then the reply took 11 minutes to get back from Perseverance to the ground. So we should hear any second now that we have officially turned off the transmitter. And after that, we will be about 4 minutes from the start of entry, descent, and landing mode. At this point, we will transition from the cruise approach mode to entry, descent, and landing. And that means our travel from Earth to Mars is done, and now we just need to get to the surface. So far, things are looking good.
Great.
Oh, this is CAD 3, ready to show estimated miss distance for OD 132.
Copy EDL phase, we'll come back. Flight Ace.
Go Ace. Our tracking stations have all confirmed the results of the transmitter drive off and in lock one way.
Copy Ace. GDS flight. Flight GDS. At this time, I'd like to disable the alarms before EDL main. So please disable all the alarm files and start a new downlink session. Copy that. EGP. Copy that. Proceeding now.
Confirmation that we are now officially one way and the transmitter is off.
Rover mission has helped shape the other, starting with the landing of the Pathfinder more than 20 years ago, leading up to where we are today with Perseverance. Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Jennifer Trosper has worked on every Mars rover mission, and she joins us now. Jennifer, how does Perseverance fit into the history of exploring Mars?
Thanks, Raquel. It's great to be here. Well, Perseverance is NASA's 5th rover on Mars, and I've had the privilege of working on every one of them. And the very first rover was the Sojourner rover we sent in 1997, and it was the size of a microwave oven. And even at that small size, Sojourner was able to transform the way that we explore Mars, from stationary landers to small roving robots that go from place to place, just like a geologist would on Earth. So once we had that roving capability, then we sent our twin rovers Spirit and Opportunity. Spirit and Opportunity were tasked with finding evidence of ancient water on Mars. Now they did. They're great explorers, and both of them found ample evidence that water had once existed on the surface of Mars. But we had a question. Another question then was, Mars ever habitable if water had been there? And that's when we sent Curiosity. Now, Curiosity was a major upgrade to our rover fleet. She's the size of a small car. She landed with the Sky Crane system instead of airbags. And she also carries along her own sample analytics lab, and she's still operating today. And during her exploration, she has found evidence of a habitable environment in an ancient lake bed on Mars. So now we're sending Perseverance. Perseverance is tasked with answering the question and looking for evidence of ancient microbial life on Mars. And in order to do this, she has to be the smartest and most capable rover we've ever sent.
Speaking of Perseverance, can you tell us more about how Perseverance is smarter than its predecessors?
Yes, we've made a lot of upgrades to help her along with the surface mission. One of them is for her autonomous traverse capability. When I say autonomous traverse, I mean we tell her where we want her to end up, and she has to figure out the safe and best way to get there. In order to do that, she uses her cameras, algorithms, a computer. So we've given her another computer, we've upgraded the cameras, and we've upgraded the algorithms. Now she drives 3 times as fast as Curiosity could drive in this autonomous traverse mode. In fact, her average daily distance for driving, about 200 meters, is close to the maximum distance any rover has ever driven in a day on Mars. So she's fast. Another thing that we've done, which is the most significant upgrade that we've made, is the sample caching system itself. Curiosity has a robotic arm, like Perseverance has a robotic arm, but on the end of Perseverance's robotic arm is a coring drill that will go and take rock cores, transfer them into sample tubes and into the rover, where another robotic arm will take those tubes, will seal them and store them, and eventually drop them on the surface of Mars for future return to Earth.
Great. And we also have a social media question about Perseverance. Erica AS on Instagram wants to know what the wheels of the rover are made out of.
Great question. Well, you may think we make them out of some material you've never heard of. It turns out they're made of aluminum. Now, Perseverance's wheels are a little thicker than Curiosity's, but they're actually both made out of aluminum.
And one more question for you. Can you tell us more about the importance of where you are right now in the building?
Yes, I am above, on the 2nd floor, above the cruise mission support area that you've been watching. And this is the surface mission support area. So as soon as Perseverance lands, all commands, this room will take over. It will become headquarters for operating Perseverance on Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Now, we now know Perseverance's place in history. Let's take an up-close look at the rover with Mars 2020 System Testbed Engineer Elio Morillo.
Thank you, Raquel. I'm standing in front of the Mars 2020 Perseverance scaled model. As you can tell, this vehicle is about the size of a Mini Cooper. These wheels are obviously black here and they look like rubber, but they're actually fully made of metal. These wheels are designed to allow us to climb over obstacles and of course climb over hills and minimize the amount of slipping once we're traversing on the surface of Mars. Here in the front of the rover, we have the sample caching system. And of course, at the very front end of this is the robotic arm, which this entire system is arguably the most complex robotic system we've ever sent outside of Earth. Here at the tip of the arm, we have a turret which contains a suite of instruments along with some drills and coring capabilities that will allow us to do contact science once we get to the surface of Mars. Not only that, this robotic system is equipped to collect samples about the size of a piece of chalk that then eventually will be stored inside of the vehicle and dropped off in a later location so that an eventual mission can go and return these samples to Earth, something we've never done in the past. Here in the front, we have the remote sensing mast. Something of note is that this mechanism is going to be stowed upon the touchdown on the surface of Mars. And one of the first critical activities we do is deploy this mechanism. This mechanism includes several cameras that are going to give us some of the most breathtaking images we've ever taken on Mars. Along with that, we have some lasers as well as a spectrometer. They're going to allow us to do some remote science. Here you see some of these extrusions that are part of the larger weather suite of instruments that will allow us to characterize the local climate around Perseverance. So that's a quick tour of the rover, but I gotta get back to work. So back to you.
Perseverance is collecting samples of Martian rock for future return to Earth. We've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring Martian samples back for many generations. And here to talk a little bit about that is NASA's Planetary Science Division Director, Lori Glaze, who joins us now to talk about the role Perseverance will play in NASA's future goals. Welcome, Lori.
Hi.
Now, as you just heard, we've heard that scientists have been wanting to bring back these Martian samples for a very long time. Why do we need to bring them back?
That's really a great question. You know, we actually have examples of Mars already here on Earth that came here as meteorites. But we don't know exactly where they came from on Mars, and then they also have had to make the trip from Mars to Earth, and so they got altered during that time, and then during their entry and descent into the Earth's atmosphere, that also changes what those rocks are like. So being able to go to Mars and actually collect a sample where we know exactly where it came from, and we know we can preserve it and keep it pristine and carry it all the way back here, this will be incredibly important to help us answer questions about the geologic history of Mars, understanding how it formed and evolved, and also really important questions about whether or not life actually existed on Mars 3.5 billion years ago, and whether that life, if it existed, has been preserved in the surface of Mars.
Now, Lori, these sample tubes that Perseverance is going to be collecting, they're the cleanest things ever created on Earth. Tell me a little bit about that.
Oh my goodness. We worked so hard. The team here at JPL is absolutely incredible to assure that those sample tubes are incredibly clean. One of the main goals of this mission is to be able to detect if there's actual life that's preserved, ancient life preserved in those rocks, in those samples. And we definitely don't want to be carrying, our own DNA off to Mars and then bring it back here to confuse our scientists when they're trying to study those samples. So it is an incredibly clean set of equipment that's been sent there. As you said, the cleanest thing we've ever sent into space.
Now, this is a very complicated campaign. Can you break down for us how it's going to work and if there's any international partners working with us?
You are correct. The Mars sample return campaign is incredibly complex. In fact, it's probably the most challenging thing we've ever tried to do. But we're definitely not going to try and do it alone. We have great partners with the European Space Agency. And the way this campaign is going to work, well, Perseverance is the first step. Chapter 1 is going to Mars and collecting the samples. Chapter 2 is going to be a sample return lander that we hope to launch in around 2026 to 2028. And that lander, it'll be an American lander carrying a fetch rover that's provided by European Space Agency. And that little fetch rover will drive out and pick up the samples that Perseverance left on the surface of Mars. And the fetch rover will bring them back and load them into a rocket that we call the Mars Ascent Vehicle, which will be the first ever launch from another planet. And it will launch those samples into orbit around Mars. In the meantime, European Space Agency will have an orbiter that's in orbit around Mars that can rendezvous and capture those samples and then bring them back to Earth for us to study back here in our amazing laboratories.
A lot of firsts, it sounds like, Lori. And another first, how is Perseverance and the Mars Sample Return mission going to help the future exploration, human exploration of Mars?
I'm so glad you asked that. I think we're going to get a lot of great information from Mars Sample Return with, again, being able to land the heaviest payload we've ever landed on Mars will be that Sample Return lander. That's critical to us learning how to land humans on Mars. And then we are definitely going to want to be able to launch the humans back off of Mars. So that Mars Ascent Vehicle is going to be critical, that first step of the first launch from another planet.
So exciting, Lori. And speaking about the Mars generation, we're now going to take a student question for you from Livia.
Hi, my name is Livia, and my question is, what made you want to study Mars, and why are you working so hard and willing to wait so long for a sample? Thank you.
Oh, Olivia, that is such a great question. And I enjoy Mars just because it can tell us so much about how our solar system formed and evolved. All of the planets can tell us different parts of that story, and Mars is a really key piece of that. And one of the main reasons we're willing to wait so long to get the sample back is that we've got great new scientists that are all about your age, and in about 10 or 15 or 20 years, you'll be the generation that's going to actually get to work with these samples. When they come back, you'll be the scientists and engineers that will be the next generation to change how we think about Mars and how we think about life in the solar system.
That was a great question, Lori. Reach for the stars, future little scientists and engineers. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Lori.
It's my pleasure. Thanks.
Back to you, Raquel, for another mission update.
Thanks, Marina. The cruise team for Perseverance controls the rover on its way to Mars. And moments ago, they handed it over to the landing team. And it looks like team leaders in mission control are about to talk to both teams. So let's listen in.
The CBM change, as I mentioned previously, is to the EDL reserve to a non-coherent route.
Activity.
Copy flight.
EDL phase, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to receive pep talk, I guess, to the team. All right. I'm terrible at pep talks. I think my reputation precedes me there. And look, I know this hasn't been easy, right? I'm not even sure we've even been all in the same room at the same time. I mean, I'm staring at folks across the internet as well. Even now, right? Yeah. Voice check. Okay. I do want to just extend my heartfelt appreciation from the EDL team to the launch cruise team. You've done everything we've asked for, right? I mean, you've battled anomalies, you've dealt with Cepheids, you've done everything. You delivered a healthy spacecraft to the place that we want to go, and she's right on target, right? You did the last maneuver literally 2 months ago, right? This is pretty incredible, in my opinion. And she's armed with the right information to help us land. Doing the parameter update last night, we're ready to roll. You've done everything right. And you've put up with us too, right? You've put up with our eccentricities and the things we like to do in EDL land. So I very much appreciate that. So you all should sleep in on Friday, since you guys have earned it. Thanks for literally and figuratively putting us in the right position to succeed. And let's land on Mars together.
Copy EDL phase, and As flight director, I also would like to thank the whole team, cruise ops, EDL ops, EDL team, and the surface ops as well. It's been an amazing journey. I think we all know that. And it's been my honor and pleasure to work with you all side by side. And your tireless efforts and endurance in the face of our challenges has been truly, truly inspiring. So kudos to you. Mission, would you like to say something?
Yeah, just echoing the same words that Al and Magdi have mentioned. You guys have overcome great obstacles in the last 6.5 months, and it started with an earthquake. 20 minutes. So I can't be more proud than all of the achievements that you guys have pulled off in the last 6.5 months. Whatever happens in the next hour and a half, you can be proud of the achievements that you've accomplished so far. I look forward to seeing you on the other side, and I only wish that the rest of our team could be sharing this moment with us. This is a very unusual event. This room is only half as full as it would be if we weren't in this pandemic. So missing everybody on the team who's not with us here today. And go EDL.
Welcome to the EDL family.
And with that, Godspeed Perseverance. All right, activity. Go ahead and continue the report.
Sure thing, Flight. We've since completed the EDL Start Anchor. As I was mentioning, we changed our CBM row to EDL Reserve two-way non-coherent. That row reinforces our CBM windows disabled, keeps our packetization on, it turns off our ranging and switches to the auxiliary oscillator. We have also started our real-time data product and reinforced Medley on. At this time,
Now, we just heard Perseverance team leaders thank the cruise team for their work in guiding the rover to Mars. Now, did you know the rover name and Mars helicopter name came from students? Well, a couple weeks ago, Marina was able to catch up with them.
Thanks, Raquel. Earlier this year, NASA and our partners held a nationwide essay contest to name our Mars rover. Alex Mather, a 7th grader from Springfield, Virginia, submitted the winning essay that was selected by NASA from a field of more than 28,000 entries from K through 12 students in every state in the U.S. Vanessa Rupani's essay for Ingenuity was so compelling, NASA thought it would be a perfect name for the history-making helicopter, a technology demonstration carried aboard the Perseverance rover. Alex and Vanessa join us now. Welcome, you guys.
Hello, space nerds.
Hi. Now, you got to go to Florida and watch the launch live back in July. Alex, what were you feeling as you saw that rocket launch into the sky?
I read a lot of books written by astronauts, and every single one of them always talks about the raw power behind a space launch. And I definitely feel like watching the launch invoked that sense of well, inspiration mixed with anticipation, along with that rumble in my chest.
That's very inspirational, and I'm sure that you have had many conversations with your classmates since this all began. Now, what kind of questions have they asked you?
I got some people asking me about what this helicopter is, what this rover is, what are they actually going to do. So I love that this whole experience sparked a greater interest in the mission in my community.
Why do you think it's so important for kids to be inspired by space exploration?
Because space is the future, and kids are the future. Learning about space and watching the story of humanity spread to the stars happen is watching the future happen and seeing history unfold.
The best way to keep our home safe and protect our planet is to learn from the worlds around it. So I think it's really important for the next generation of scientists to be engaged in that type of exploration to make our home the best place it can be.
Now, speaking of the future, what has your life been like since naming the rover and helicopter? Has it sparked any future aspirations for the two of you?
Oh man, I am currently applying to a science and technology school for high school. Hoping for a NASA internship sometime along the way, with my ultimate goal being to join the incredible team of scientists and engineers who are about to make this happen.
This whole experience has definitely shown me that I want to go into the space industry. I came home from Florida, did all my college applications, and checked aerospace engineering on all the boxes. I mean, the whole time we were there, I was thinking, why would anyone want to do anything else?
So true. And the best of luck to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Alex and Vanessa.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. I had a great time.
Now, your essays, as well as the top 155 finalist essays, are riding on the Perseverance rover, along with nearly 11 million of the names from all over the world that were submitted before launch. And if you miss the chance to get your name on Perseverance, then you will get another chance to reserve a spot on the next mission to Mars. So make sure that you sign up now at mars.nasa.gov for your boarding pass. As virtual celebrations are happening all over the globe, let's take a look at some of your submissions on our social channels, showing us how you're celebrating the Perseverance landing right now. And remember to hashtag Countdown to Mars and send those in. We would love to show them off. Look at these kids. They are getting so excited. Everyone's watching it. A lot of classrooms are watching it. Oh, and great, someone did a Lego version of Perseverance, which is awesome. It looks fantastic. We love getting all your pictures out there. We've gotten a lot of artwork from kids, which has been great. I know I have a 9-year-old John at home, and he loves to draw the rover. And look at that. That is awesome. That's better than anything I could bake, that's for sure. Perseverance in a cake. That looks so great. Delicious. I want to get into that. Another great send-in from David Bowie Reel. Thank you so much for your submissions. Remember, hashtag Countdown to Mars. We love to see how you're celebrating. Now, you might know our next guest from shows like Emily's Wonder Lab. Joining me now is Emily Calandrelli. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Now, you are very passionate about getting kids interested in science and space exploration. Why do you think kids are so excited about space?
Well, I know the reason I'm excited about space, and I think it's the same reason that many others are excited about space, and it's that the people in the space industry work to answer two of the biggest questions that humans have ever asked. Are we alone in the universe, and where did we all come from? And by sending a rover to Mars, we are gaining evidence for the answers to these questions, more evidence than we ever had before, and I think that's so exciting.
It is, and I know you get loads of interesting questions from kids. Have you gotten any about Mars specifically?
Oh my gosh, yes. Everybody loves Mars. It's in movies and books and TV shows, and everybody loves Mars. So one of the things that I get asked a lot is that, it's called the red planet. Why is it red? Well, it's red because it's literally rusty. The top layer of soil on Mars has iron oxide in it, or rust, and rust has that brownish red color. So it's red because it's rusty. And also because it's red, they ask, is it red hot? Is it really hot on Mars? And well, no, actually, it's colder than the Earth. It's farther away from the sun. So as you would imagine, it's a little bit colder than the Earth. It also has a really thin atmosphere. So the heat that it does have, it has a hard time keeping in. And so it's a little bit colder. But then I also get asked, what would I weigh on Mars? That's a really fun question. So on Mars, it's a little bit smaller than the Earth, so the gravity there is weaker. It's about 3/8 the gravity that we have here on Earth. So if you weighed 100 pounds here on Earth, you'd weigh 38 pounds on Mars, or 100 kilograms here on Earth, 38 kilograms on Mars.
Those are all super fun. I think even some adults want to know the answers to those questions, Emily. Now, why do you think it's so important to educate kids about science and give them that great foundation?
Well, science is the language of nature, and learning about science and learning how to think like a scientist means you are learning how to systematically seek out truth in the world. You are learning the scientific method. You're learning how to be a critical thinker. And honestly, those skills are great for whatever you end up wanting to do in life.
True. If you want to be a scientist or an opera singer, that holds true. And what are you most excited about today?
I mean, Humans are launching a robot to Mars. That doesn't happen every day. I think in all of the hecticness that is going on today and all of the nerves, I just hope everyone can take a moment to sit back and remember that we live in a time when humans have the ability to send a robot to another planet. And that's so cool to me.
It is very cool, Emily. Take a deep breath. Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Sending it back to you now, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. We are offering lots of ways to ride along with us to Mars. Now put yourself right into the action now with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself in our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the red planet. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the red planet. It's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. And joining us now is JPL Chief Engineer and Landing Veteran Rob Manning. He will be breaking down key moments coming up, and very few people know more about landing on Mars than Rob, going back to the Pathfinder mission in 1997. Thanks for joining us today, Rob.
Thank you very much, Raquel, for having me here. And what a wonderful experience. What a wonderful day for a beautiful day in California. We're just also excited here, anxious, worried, but very hopeful.
Rob, I have a question for you. There is a landing tradition at JPL that involves eating peanuts for good luck. Can you tell us how did that start?
Yes, it started in the mid-1960s. What happened was we had a series of missions that had failures. The Ranger program in the early 1960s, one after another, failed. And what happened was one day a fellow by the name of Dick Wallace on Ranger number 7, on the 7th attempt, decided to bring peanuts to the ops area just before the launch, and guess what? That mission worked. Now, we're not supposed to be too superstitious. We're engineers and scientists after all, but we love tradition. And ever since then, before launch and before critical events like entry, descent, landing, we have brought out peanuts and shared them with the team. And it's been really a wonderful little experience. And so this is something we'll do. We're doing right now, and it's something that we just can't help ourselves. It's just part of the experience.
Well, speaking of the experience, how did the Perseverance team keep the tradition alive this year?
Well, this year we're passed out little packets of peanuts to the team, and they can sneak one peanut in their mouth as part of to keep the tradition alive. But you know, this is part of the COVID experience, but we can't leave this one undone. So this is what we're doing, and this is going to help us land safely.
All right, thanks, Rob. I have some questions for you a little later on, but we're heading back to Swati Mohan, who is part of the landing team. She'll be calling out key milestone and events as they happen from Mission Control. So let's listen in right now.
So right now we're still about 20 minutes from entry, and the EDL phase is giving a last-minute confirmation of what will be happening in the upcoming changes to the vehicle, just to remind the team.
This will allow us to steer our trajectory as we make our way through the atmosphere. This is one of the things that allowed MSL, the Curiosity rover, to land where it did. And we're depending on the same type of entry guidance this time around to help get us very close to our target. As we make our way through entry, finish our guided entry profile, we'll do a maneuver called heading alignment, where we point toward the target and get ready to deploy the parachute. But before we deploy the parachute, we need to get rid of a set of balanced masses that have been giving us a center of gravity, or CG offset, throughout the guided entry phase. So these are called the entry balance masses. We also call this maneuver SUFR, S-U-F-R, or straighten up and fly right. So we'll go ahead and eject those masses when we get a trigger from the GNC system telling us that we're at the appropriate range to the target to do so. As soon as we deploy those, we will no longer have a CG offset, and we'll be ready to deploy the parachute 17 seconds later.
Right where the Perseverance team is sitting now, what's in store for them as we approach landing?
I'm going to hold here for EDL prep as we're about to start that anchor.
Copy, phase 2. And activity, please call that out when it's ready. Copy, flight.
Can I make the announcement now? Okay. Magnus make the announcement that
All right. Now, Rob, you've been right where the Perseverance team is sitting now. What's in store for them as we approach landing?
Well, this is the nail-biting time. Fortunately, we still have ones and zeros coming, but very soon, as we approach cruise stage separation, the transmitter on this rover we've been using all the way to get to Mars is going to be turned off. So we will lose our ability to see ones and zeros. But the good thing is, once the cruise stage is gone, there's another radio that will continue transmitting a tone, so that like a flashlight, that will allow us to at least see that the vehicle is still on, and that color of that flashlight tells us a little bit what state the rover's in. But soon after that, it won't be very long before we'll be able to hear more ones and zeros coming from the spacecraft. So this is a really exciting time, and it's just important to remind people there's a lot that can go wrong in a day like today. There are thousands of things that have to go right.
Yeah, we had success in the past landing on Mars. You'd think it gets easier, but it really doesn't. Why is it still so difficult?
Well, because it's involved thousands and thousands of things, hundreds of thousands of lines of code. There's 79 pyrotechnic devices. Each have to work perfectly. One critical wire short, or one key thing mechanism that doesn't work or breaks, and it's mission over. And so it's and it's very easy. We're human beings. We're not perfect. Mistakes can be made. We count on each other to find our own mistakes, and we work very hard to learn from the mistakes of the past. We've had many failures. Remind people, roughly half, around half of the missions to Mars over history have failed, and so that could happen today too. Even though we've had a nice, wonderful string of successes in the United States, it's still still a bit of a gamble that we have hoped that we have erred in the side of luck. And we've stacked the deck and loaded the dice to make this thing succeed. But if we do fail, if something bad happens today, I can tell you we're going to learn it. We'll have the data that tell us what happened. We'll know why. We'll figure it out. And if we are allowed, we will pick ourselves up and get us back on the horse. And if Congress and NASA allow, we will try again. As we always do, we will learn from our mistakes.
And what are the possible scenarios we could be looking at today?
Well, there's things like one of the key stressful elements for all of us is parachute inflation. But just even separating from the cruise stage is a pretty major event. Lots of devices have to work properly. Certainly, the heat shield separation, getting the descent engine started. There's no less than 16 rocket motors that have to work. 8 to control during entry, another 8 to control it during landing. I said it's a lot of stuff, and it all has to work. And guess what? We haven't done this before with this vehicle ever. This is its first attempt to actually land. We can't try this on Earth. We can't we don't have test pilots to try it out on this planet before the big show. So this vehicle is doing it for the first time. We've done the best testing we could do in bits and pieces, but it's as best as we could do. But I think our team is up to it. This team is the best. It's a diverse, intelligent, amazing group of people. People from all over the world who worked on this, not just here in California, but all over NASA, contributors from aerospace, universities, countries around the world. It is just an incredible, remarkable engineering achievement, and I am just so proud of this team.
Thanks, Rob. Now, let's listen back into Mission Control.
Right, we're about 14 minutes from entry interface. The vehicle is currently preparing the heat rejection system that has kept the thermal system cool inside the air shell for about the last 6 months. This will allow the spacecraft to more easily cut the lines in upcoming cruise stage separation, which is under 4 minutes now.
We have now enabled the Rover Pyro Bus.
That's the pyrotechnic system that's
We are powering off the cruise stage devices.
And these are the things in the cruise stage that we no longer need. With the pyrotechnic system working, we can explode the devices.
The vehicle is preparing for the upcoming cruise stage separation in about 3 minutes 15 seconds by powering off all the devices on the cruise stage in order that they can be safe once the cruise stage is jettisoned.
Yeah, this cruise stage has been very reliable.
We are firing our first pyros to vent the HRS liquid and gas.
This has been the coolant that's kept their vehicle from getting too hot on the way to Mars. We have to vent it into space. And this is one of the first major events that take place as part of entry, descent, landing.
The HRS vent anchor is complete.
Yes.
We will see the next anchor in approximately 3 minutes.
Okay.
We are currently 12.5 minutes from entry interface. We are coming upon cruise stage separation in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
What's happening now, Rob?
Okay, well, we're just waiting. The rover is completely in charge. It's doing all the things we've taught it how to do. It's all built into the software. We've tested it over and over and over again. This team has spent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, testing this thing for years. And so this is really the culmination of all that work. So this vehicle is getting ready to push that cruise stage away. Once it gets pushed away, the entry system with the rover inside, with the rover still in charge, is going to get ready to take the vehicle, turn it to the right orientation, and aim it to Mars, and prepare for entering the atmosphere. This won't be long. Be prepared for this event.
We're about 1.5 minutes from cruise stage separation. About 11 minutes, 20 seconds from entry interface.
Okay, so it's about 10 minutes from cruise stage separation till entering the top of the atmosphere. From then on and out, things happen
We are switching
fast.
to MFSK tones. Telemetry will have stopped.
Telecom is confirming that the spacecraft has switched to broadcasting tones. These tones are received directly from Perseverance, but have very limited information content. We won't receive real-time information until about 9-10 minutes from now, once the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter starts relaying information from Perseverance. We are under 1 minute from cruise stage separation, about 10.5 minutes from entry interface.
It's getting exciting. I have to admit, I am quite anxious, but very hopeful that this machine is going to do what we asked it to do.
We are seeing the heartbeat tones.
Okay, that means that there's no more ones and zeros coming. It's just the vehicle telling us it's still alive.
We're continuing to receive tones from Perseverance, standing by for cruise stage separation. We have indication that cruise stage separation has been confirmed by the spacecraft.
We're off on a good start.
In about 1 minute, Perseverance's landing software will wake up and begin the final preparations for entry. The first action it will do is to fire warm-up pulses with its entry thrusters. These pulses ensure that the spacecraft gets the thrust that it wants during entry interface. We're about 9 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, so now the vehicle's on its own. It's turning itself into the direction of facing the heat shield toward Mars, and we'll eventually hitting the top of the atmosphere. We're not far away. This is going to go very quickly from here on out.
That's confirmation that we got shadowed by the cruise stage as it passed through our beam to the Earth.
Telecom indicated actually that we could see a signal that the cruise stage went between the Perseverance entry capsule and Earth. So we saw a little blip, the data stream indicating the cruise stage separation. We have confirmation that the vehicle has started warming up those entry thrusters. Warm-up pulses have begun. At this point, the spacecraft is trying to stop its spin from the cruise 2 revolutions per minute down to 0, and then will turn to its desired orientation from entry. It will separate the 2 balance masses that have kept it balanced during all of cruise. This will allow the entry capsule to have lift when it enters the atmosphere. We have confirmation that the spacecraft has turned to the desired entry attitude. We're about 7.5 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, the vehicle is pointed in the right direction. The thrusters are warmed up and doing their job. And now we've spun down from the 2 revolutions per minute that the vehicle had the whole way to Mars. It's a spin-stabilized spacecraft. And then from here on out, it's going to just be a bullet, and it's going to control its orientation and attitude via rockets on the back of that back shell.
Points carrier lock. The DTE from Radio Science from Green Bank reports carrier lock. You see the carrier on the downlink.
Flight level 1.
We are continuing to wait for entry interface. We're about 6 minutes and 45 seconds from entry interface. We have confirmation from Greenback that they are receiving direct-to-Earth telemetry via that path. The spacecraft Perseverance is currently transmitting heartbeat tones. These tones indicate that Perseverance is operating normally and has nothing significant to report. This is as expected. We're currently just over 6 minutes from entry interface.
Okay, and now we wait. As soon as we get to the top of the atmosphere, it will be very quickly, which is the entry point. It won't be very long before the atmosphere will start getting thicker and thicker. It's going very quickly at a fairly steep angle of 15 degrees into the atmosphere, and as it starts to slow down.
We're just under, we're about 5.5 minutes from entry interface. We're still receiving heartbeat tones. We expect to continue receiving heartbeat tones until about 5 minutes after entry. At that time, Perseverance will be no longer in view of our antennas here on Earth. About 90 seconds prior to entry, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should begin receiving telemetry from Perseverance and streaming it to Earth in near real time. There are a few expected short outages, such as when we have a plasma blackout or when we enter the peak heating phase. Aside from these outages caused by the plasma blackout, antenna switching, or high dynamic events, spacecraft events, we should have telemetry until about 90 seconds after landing. A plasma blackout is when the signal from Perseverance isn't strong enough to make it through the superheated, super fast air flowing around the spacecraft all the way down to Earth. Once the temperature drops below that peak heating, we do reacquire the signal from Perseverance. We are currently about 4.5 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance continues to report heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
Okay, what we're looking for now is Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter should be in view soon of our vehicle and be able to listen to ones and zeros coming from a separate radio that's really designed to talk between spacecraft.
Camera reports the electro radio is powered on, ready to receive signals from the lander.
Okay. MRO is ready and able and waiting for to hear from our rover.
Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has reported that it's ready to receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight Local 1
from entry interface.
We don't need these 1 to 0s, as Swati said, but to land safely, but we really need it for our own health and well-being today, to keep our nerves under control. But
around this time, a second spacecraft, Maven, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing as it's being recorded, and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
Okay. Very soon we'll be getting 1s and 0s, I hope, from our radio on the rover. The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
So the tones can tell us whether something's bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry. We are 1 minute from entry interface.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars.
Confirm your jet data flow.
About seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars. The spacecraft is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars to slow it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target. Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We are probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
The vehicle should be doing its turns right now.
MRO has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
MRO has lock again.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
Parachute.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
MRO is reporting good telemetry log.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground. The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars. Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Perseverance now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface of Mars. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers. We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. We have timing of the landing engines. Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN Safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct to Earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started, about 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
UHF is good.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life. At this point, the descent stage has flown away to a safe distance. Perseverance is continuing to transmit direct through Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to Earth.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh.
MRO reports they're still getting telemetry from the lander.
All right, all stations.
We got it.
Touchdown confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
Wow.
This is so exciting. The team is beside themselves. It's so surreal. Stay tuned. We might get some pictures.
That'd be great.
So much has been riding on this.
Yeah, we just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
It's not
Flight, we have seen the completion of EDL 3000. Copy activity. That is as expected.
MRO is still seeing a strong signal from the lander.
We have just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars. Congratulations to the mission. And looks like we have some more news in. It looks like we're getting the first image. Here, take a look at the first image.
Flight, this is OL3. I have the target point on the map when you are ready. We are ready, OL3. Go for it. Flight, I'll be moving in, showing you the safe zone that we've landed in.
The team has just put the first first image from Perseverance on the surface of Mars. Now, it comes from the engineering cameras, known as the hazard camera. This camera is mainly used to help the rover drive safely around Mars, and we will get higher resolution photos later in the day.
Look at that, right? You get the stakes.
Nice. This is amazing.
Here's Andrew.
For Steve. Stand by for Steve.
You did it. You did it. You did. You led the team. You made it happen, man. Congratulations,
We just got our second image in. Our second image is in.
Okay, these we have a camera in the front and rear of the spacecraft. They're near the ground, so these are pretty close. So you can see the wheels there, and they're a little dirty because we've got glass covers over these cameras. But we took these seconds after landing, so there's still dust in the air from our landing event. So this is happening. This happened just seconds ago. Just arrived, and this is really amazing. And we even know where we landed. This is the most amazing thing. The vehicle has told us where it's landed because it figured it out. This is a sign. NASA works. NASA works. And when we put our arms together and our hands together and our brains together, we can succeed. This is what NASA does. This is what we can do as a country. On all of the problems we have, we need to work together to do these kinds of things and make success happen.
Joining us now is the acting administrator of NASA, Steve Jurasik. Steve, welcome and congratulations.
Hey, thank you. What an amazing day.
And how does it feel to have another rover on Mars?
It's amazing to have Perseverance join Curiosity on Mars, and just a credit to the team. I mean, just what an amazing team to work through all the adversity that goes and all the challenges that go with landing a rover on Mars, plus the challenges of COVID, and just an amazing accomplishment.
And what does this mean for NASA and its future plans?
So for robotic exploration, every time we execute a mission with new instruments, we discover new things and things we never thought we would discover. So that always informs our future robotic missions, both landers, rovers, and orbiters. This mission also has technology on it. One of the cool things is the Ingenuity helicopter. It's an experiment on this mission, but if it's successful, we can use it as an science observation platform by putting instruments on it, and also use it as a scout for future rover missions, and then just the entry, descent, and landing capability. It'll allow us to land more larger, more ambitious robots on the surface of Mars, and then for human exploration. We have the Mars Entry, Descent, and Landing Instrumentation, which is going to give us EDL information. We have the Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. It's going to give us size and properties of dust particles, because when we send people, we're going to have to deal with that dust. This is just an incredible mission because of the science and the technology, and then caching samples for a Mars sample return mission. That will be an amazing mission, the first round trip to Mars and back, and bringing those samples cached by Perseverance back to Earth to examine with state-of-the-art equipment in our laboratories here on Earth.
We have so much to look forward to. And we also have a student question coming in from Landon. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is Landon Applegate. I'm in 6th grade and I'm going to Academy for Academic Excellence. And my question is, do you think we could get resources from Mars to help on future missions or even as like a launching point?
Great question, Landon. Actually, we have an experiment called the Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, or MOXIE, and it's going to demonstrate generating oxygen from atmospheric CO2, and that could help generate breathable oxygen, and even if we can liquefy it, oxidizer for propulsion systems. So that's a tech demo on Perseverance. And then we're going to continue to characterize the frozen water on and below the surface of Mars, and eventually try to figure out how to extract that water from the Martian soil, or what we call regolith, and then we can use that for potable water and also break it down into oxygen and hydrogen for rocket fuel. So absolutely, we're going to try to eventually figure out how to live off the land to support human missions to Mars.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today, Steve.
Thank you.
And now that Perseverance has safely touched down on Mars, let's learn more about what's in store for the rover. Joining us now is Surface Mission Manager Jessica Samuels. Jessica, your surface operations team has now taken over. What are they doing now?
Yes. Hi, Raquel. We are so excited here in the Surface Mission Support area. The team will do a handover with the entry, descent, and landing team and pass any critical information. And then this team behind us will be the team that does the health and safety assessments daily as we progress on this mission.
And what do the upcoming weeks look like for your team?
So as we enter Mars time now, the commanding team will be working overnight while the rover is asleep so that we can perform the initial checkouts of our key rover functions and our science instruments. And we have to do this all in time for the regularly scheduled communication pass, which happens in the morning. And so we will be working around the clock, making sure that Perseverance is healthy, and we will begin this exciting adventure.
And can you tell me, what's it like living on Mars time?
It's a little bit like constantly, flying and changing your time zone. The rover, on Earth, the rover wakes up at the same time every day, but on Earth, that's 40 minutes later. So the team is going to be shifting our work schedule by 40 minutes as we come into work over the next few weeks. So it'll be exciting and some late nights, but we're also excited and we can't wait.
It's a whole new lifestyle.
Yes.
We also have a student question for you. This is Sophia's video.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lopez, and my question for NASA is, how's Perseverance gonna survive? And here's a drawing that I made from Perseverance thinking about Earth. Thank you.
Well, Sophia, Perseverance survives with a power source that charges its batteries overnight while it sleeps, and it keeps heaters on so that all of our critical electronics can stay warm, as well as our mechanism. But it's really survived by the team that performs the health and safety assessments every day and communicates with the rover and makes sure that she's doing okay.
Well, thanks for your time, Jessica, and good luck living on Mars time.
Thank you. Should be fun.
Let's head back to Marina as she gives us a sneak peek into the future at JPL.
Thanks so much, Raquel. It's definitely bustling behind me. It's not quiet like it was just 20 minutes ago. And congrats to the whole team. What an amazing accomplishment. Mike Watkins is the director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was the mission manager during the Curiosity rover landing on Mars. Welcome, Mike.
Oh, thanks. Glad to be here. You can see all my mask markings on.
Well, you were just celebrating, and rightly so. Now, you've been around for a number of Mars landings. What makes this one special?
Well, you know, two things. I mean, it's the biggest and best rover we've ever sent to Mars, and it can really, you know, do amazing things in terms of, you know, its own scientific exploration of this habitable environment, you know, at Jezero. But, you know, it's also, as you've heard today, you know, it's the first step in Mars sample return. So really, you know, it's not only doing its own mission, it's setting us up for a series of missions and to bring those samples back. And, you know, a lot of the effort to develop the rover was specifically designed, you know, for that sampling and caching system. It's one of the most complex robotic systems ever made. And, you know, having it down safely means Mars sample return continues right on course, and we are moving forward.
Wonderful. Now, JPL has a long history with robotic space exploration. Why do you think it's so important to continue to push those boundaries?
You know, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, obviously, you know, for places that are far away, like Mars, and even farther away, you know, like Europa, right now, robotic exploration is the only way we can make these scientific discoveries and really understand these early habitable environments. In the case of Europa, maybe it's even still habitable. And, you know, we're not ready to go there with astronauts yet, but the robots are ready to go there. And so we always, you know, are forerunners and pathfinders of human exploration. And we start by sending, you know, our eyes and arms there in the form of a robot. And it is just fantastic to be able to do that and to learn from each rover, learn from the science and the engineering and make the next one better and make more and more discoveries. And every time we do one of these missions, we make fabulous discoveries. And you know, each one is more exciting than the last.
The future does look exciting. Now, as director of JPL, what would you like to say to those teams right now celebrating?
Oh, you know, obviously they have earned it. Let me tell you. I mean, they have worked, you know, for years and years on this mission. And then in the past year, of course, we had the COVID experience. And you know, I want to thank not only the team, but also, you know, all of JPL. You know, a lot of folks had to pitch in here, you know, in terms of making sure our remote telework, you know, our IT systems were good enough to support folks working from home. You know, all of the folks looking at PPE and our safe distancing and reconfiguring facilities to make them safe for the employees. It's just an incredible amount of work by the entire lab, and of course, especially by this team. And you know, and in one sense, you know, the 7 minutes of terror are very exciting. But on the other hand, you know, the mission's just started, right? We built the mission, you know, not to land, but actually to drive and get the samples and do other technology, you know, demonstrations. And so, you know, for much of the team, you know, this part of the mission's over, but for most of the team, the mission's really just starting. And so, you know, I think they're very excited, but, you know, everybody, I think, can take a deep breath and a sigh of relief now that we are safely down on the surface.
Yes, that collective sigh of relief, and I hear a lot of excitement and celebration behind me as well. So thanks so much for joining me, Mike.
It's my pleasure, and thanks to everyone for joining us, too.
Congrats again to the Mars 2020 Perseverance team for a successful landing. Back to you, Raquel.
Now, there will be a flight test coming up for the Ingenuity Mars helicopter, and if this technology experiment is successful, it would mark the first time we have taken a power-controlled flight on another planet.
Sometimes you have to do something just to show that you can do it. When the Wright brothers flew for the first time, they flew an experimental aircraft. And in the same way, the Mars helicopter is designed to show that we can fly powered helicopter flight in the Martian atmosphere.
From day one, this was the unwavering dream of our team, to get our helicopter launched to Mars so that we can get that opportunity to do that very first rotorcraft flight test in the actual environment of Mars. It's extremely difficult to fly at Mars because the atmosphere is so thin. Compared to Earth, at Mars it's less than 1%. So the first and foremost challenge is to make a vehicle that's light enough to be lifted. And then the second is to generate lift. The rotor system has just been very fast. 2,000, 2,200, 2,400, 2,600. We're spinning between 2,000 and 3,000 revolutions per minute, and it takes a lot of energy. So it's that balance of a very light system, yet having enough energy that's needed to, you know, spin the rotor so fast to lift, and on top of it, having to design in the autonomy.
it has to be fully autonomous from the time it takes off to the time it lands. What we do on the ground is we plan the flights, and so we determine from here where we want the helicopter to go.
Our experiment window is 30 Martian days. So we have planned up to 5 flights of incremental difficulty.
The very first flight, the main thing is we want to get the legs off the ground, and so we will basically go up about 3 meters, and we'll hover there, and then we'll come down again, and that will be the first, really major milestone.
Most of our flights will be at the 3 to 5 meter height. We will be going horizontally again at a few meters per second, probably go out, 50, 70 meters and come back. In successive flights, we'll probably push that further, try to go further. So our priority will be to get back engineering telemetry and not so much images, but I'm sure we'll return a few, because they'll always look cool.
At this point, we've tested all we can on Earth. We have mathematical models that shows how it will fly at Mars, and we've tested it in the simulated environment that we can create on Earth. It really is time now to do the real flight tests at Mars.
Nothing is a given, but we have done everything we can in terms of a test program here on Earth. The vehicle's performing extremely well so far. It's been doing exactly the right thing, even right now when it's bolted onto the Perseverance rover. So there's a very good chance that we'll pull it off, yes. But it's still high risk, and none of us forget that you could have a glitch that, could mean end of mission, yes.
It's going to be exciting, reacting to any surprises we have. We can't wait. What's really most important is everything we're learning here is for the future rotorcraft systems that we want to introduce into space exploration.
Mimi Ong is the project manager for Ingenuity. She joins us now as they await a chance to check out their helicopter in the coming days. Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you, Marina.
Oh my goodness, we've been talking about this for months, Mimi. Did you ever think you'd be here at this point? I mean, what's going on in your head right now?
This is super exciting. We have been working on Mars helicopter for over 6 years, testing and carefully designing it for operation at Mars. So what's going through my mind? Ingenuity Mars helicopter is finally at the destination that it is designed for.
Now that Ingenuity is on Mars, what is the timeline you hope to accomplish as you move forward?
We have a series of major milestones between now and Ingenuity's first flight. So tomorrow we'll turn on the helicopter and its base station to confirm health after experiencing the dynamics through the EDL just now. And the next major milestone will be when the rover deploys the helicopter to the surface. And that marks the first moment that Ingenuity operates on its own in a standalone manner. And surviving that first cold, frigid night of Mars will be a major milestone. We'll execute a series of checkouts, and then we will perform that very important first flight. And if the first flight is successful, we have up to 4 more flights in the 30 Martian days that we have set aside for our flight experiments.
And that's when you finally can breathe, right, Mimi? Yes. Now, why is it so important to have that aerial dimension to space exploration?
A helicopter flying far ahead of rovers and astronauts in the future can provide high-definition reconnaissance information for the rovers and the astronauts before they take the long journeys. And as importantly, being able to fly will enable us to get to places that we cannot get to with rovers and astronauts, like sites of steep cliffs, deep inside crevices, areas of high scientific interest. It will be game-changing.
Game-changing is right, and we've talked about this a lot. You've mentioned the risk is huge, Mimi, but the reward is high. What will be your greatest reward?
Our team started with the question of whether a helicopter can fly at Mars, given the extremely thin environment. And we systematically demonstrated a series of technical steps. We demonstrated lift first, and then we demonstrated lift and the first ever powered control rotorcraft flight in simulated Mars atmospheric density. And then we went on to build the full-up helicopter that can not only fly, but operate and survive autonomously at Mars, all under 1.8 kilograms, about 4 pounds. And each of these major milestones have been a first. And the success at each of these has been so rewarding. And along the way, the rewards just kept coming. And I have to tell you, at this moment, it's going up exponentially. So after all these tests, analysis, simulations, and more tests on Earth, our team now gets a chance to test, prove, and learn how it works in the actual environment of Mars. Our team can't ask for a bigger reward than that.
Oh, Mimi, I'm so happy for you and your team. And now we're going to take a question from social media on Instagram for you. At Not Vibhuti asks, is the helicopter going to be doing science?
Well, the helicopter Ingenuity is a technology demonstration, and we are demonstrating the ability to fly and learning how to fly for the very, very first time. And so this is a technology demonstration and a pathfinder for future larger rotorcraft, future missions that will carry much larger instruments. So on this mission, we're not doing any science. We're concentrating on engineering data. How did the vehicle perform? And as you saw Bob Belram in the video before, we will be taking a few first ever color pictures from the flying aerial vantage point, but they'll be icing on the cake. For this one, this is all about engineering data and how do we fly compared to all our tests we have done on Earth.
Mimi, so much for your team and the future generations of scientists and engineers to look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mimi, and good luck to your team with that first test flight.
Thank you so much.
Now, we look forward to the Perseverance rover and Ingenuity helicopter beginning their journeys on Mars as their adventures are just about to start. Go Perseverance and go Ingenuity. Back to you, Raquel.
Thanks, Marina. Landing on Mars is never easy, but this team has persevered, and NASA's 5th rover is on the red planet. You can still hear them buzzing in the back right now. And to get the latest updates on Perseverance as it explores Mars, follow at NASA Persevere on Facebook and Twitter. I'd like to thank everyone watching for joining us today. And to the students and teachers tuning in, we hope you learned a lot from today's landing, and thank you for all your questions. We have a news briefing coming up at 2:30 p.m. Pacific Time. That briefing will wrap up the day and include reactions from Perseverance team members. We'll leave you now with some of the landing celebration photos you've shared with us, set to Youngblood's cover of David Bowie's Life on Mars. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Thanks for watching.
It's a god-awful small affair. See the girl with the mousy hair, but her mommy is yelling no, and her daddy is told her to go, but her friend is nowhere to be seen. Now she walks through a sunken dream to the seat with the clearest view, and she's hooked on the silver screen. But the film is a sad and bore, for she lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools as they ask her to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, look at those cavemen go. Now the work is just for fate, 'cause Lennon's for the mice and a million holes, from Ibiza to the North Ports. Rule Britannia is out of bounds, to my mother, my dog and clowns. But the film is a sad bore, 'cause I wrote it 10 times or more. It's about to be written again. All I ask you to focus on sailors fighting in the dance hall. Oh my
Countdown to Mars continues. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
NASA's Mars Perseverance rover left Earth 6 months ago. Now we are gearing up for touchdown on the Red Planet in just a few weeks. The rover will attempt to land in Jezero Crater on February 18th. It's the most difficult landing site on Mars ever attempted, but the Perseverance rover and the team are ready. Welcome to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. I'm Raquel Villanueva. Today we are here to talk about Perseverance's mission. We will go over the challenges the team has faced and the challenging landing ahead. We will also talk about the mission's science goals and how Perseverance fits into NASA's future plans for Mars sample return. On our panel today are NASA Associate Administrator Thomas Zurbuchen, NASA Planetary Science Division Director Lori Glaze, Perseverance Deputy Project Manager Matt Wallace, Entry, Descent, and Landing Phase Lead, Al Chen, Perseverance Project Scientist, Ken Farley, Perseverance Science Team Member, Bryony Horgan. For anyone watching who'd like to submit a question, you can do so by using the Countdown to Mars hashtag. Our phone lines are now open to the media. You can ask a question by pressing *1. I'd like to start by welcoming Thomas Zurbuchen.
Hey, thanks so much. I'm so pleased to be here today as the Perseverance rover makes the final kilometers on its long journey to Mars and the landing on February 18th. I want to note for a moment the place where we find ourselves. A place where a mission to Mars and what all of us do in science and exploration provide hope and unity. Vice President Harris said, "Even in dark times, we not only dream, we do. We don't only see what has been, we see what can be. We shoot for the moon and then we plant our flag on it. We are bold, fearless, and ambitious." End of quote. At the request of the new administration, a rock from the Apollo 17 mission was delivered to the White House on loan on display in the Oval Office. A recognition of the bold, fearless ambitions and accomplishments of earlier generations, and a symbol of the new administration's support for America's current Moon to Mars exploration approach. And Perseverance is at the forefront of that work. As our cosmic neighbor and as a destination, Mars continues to captivate our imagination, both as scientists and as explorers. And it seems every time we learn something new, we uncover more questions. We know that Mars had a wet past, and we used our Spirit and Opportunity rovers to follow the water in search of answers as to why this once ocean world is now dry and desolate. Following those missions came our Curiosity rover, which landed on Mars in 2012 and is still operating today and constantly sending back data about the complex chemical composition and history of Mars. We have additional missions in development and formulation, but the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover is the next step in a logical progression that NASA has strategically pursued with Mars exploration, and it builds upon decades of knowledge, experience, and unique expertise. Perseverance is our robotic astrobiologist, and it will be the first rover NASA has sent to Mars with the explicit goal of searching for signs of ancient life. It will build upon what we currently know from our previous rovers, orbiters, and landers, and it will attempt to answer an age-old question that has eluded humanity for generations: whether life has ever existed elsewhere beyond our own planet, our Earth. Perseverance also will help enable human exploration of the planet in the coming years as it demonstrates new and more precise entry, descent, and landing technologies. The MOXIE instrument will show us how to produce oxygen on the Martian surface from the atmosphere, and many other aspects of our science instruments will inform the future journey of astronauts there. Our rover also carries the Ingenuity helicopter, which will be the first aircraft to attempt controlled flight on another planet, a true extraterrestrial Wright brothers moment. The rover exemplifies the spirit of exploration as it pulls on science, technology, and human exploration to work to advance our goals in many areas. And Perseverance, by its very name, describes the human spirit that gets us there. Landing on Mars is hard enough, and while we are all eagerly awaiting the day next month when Perseverance safely lands on the red planet, it is not guaranteed that we will be successful. It's very hard. While we hope that the situation on our world with respect to COVID would have improved since launch, it has not. And that has meant that we've needed to be flexible and adapt to keep working safely and effectively. Regardless of everything that has happened due to COVID, it is the constant innovation, dedication, and above else, unity of this team that has allowed work on the Perseverance rover to continue in a safe manner. And now the world can join us once again as we attempt to do one of the hardest things ever done by humanity, and certainly in space science. Success does not come easily, and it's only due to the efforts of this team that we are here today to talk about this next step in Mars exploration and planetary science. You'll hear my colleagues on this panel talk about the difficulties of landing, the technologies that make it possible, and the hope a successful landing brings for finally bringing a sample of Mars home to Earth. But the journey of Perseverance also begins with a successful touchdown. It only begins that way, in fact. Then the hard work and the long-term perseverance really starts. That's because Perseverance is also the first step in a round-trip mission to Mars. Our rover begins an ambitious international campaign with the European Space Agency to bring pristine samples from Mars safely back to Earth through our Mars Sample Return campaign, which you'll hear my colleague, Dr. Lori Glaze, speak about in more detail. At NASA, we are dedicated to the peaceful exploration of space for the benefit of humanity, and we are dedicated to inspiring the next generation of explorers. Science has the power to unite us as it transcends language, borders, and many boundaries of many types. This mission could not have a better name, Perseverance. And it is my sincere hope that this mission will inspire all of us, all of you, to persevere together in hopes of a better tomorrow. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Lori Glaze, Director of the Planetary Science Division, to tell you more about why we want a sample of Mars and how we'll get it done. Lori?
Thank you, Thomas. I am thrilled to be here today as our countdown to Mars winds down from months to just weeks. Perseverance is closing in on the red planet, and our team is preparing for her to touch down at Jezero Crater. After an incredibly challenging year filled with high stakes on a world stage of uncertainty, I am so proud of the men and women across all of NASA. Their focus, dedication, and resolve never once wavered. They are the epitome of perseverance, and they are the heart of perseverance. This epic mission that exemplifies NASA's vision for science to lead a globally interconnected program of discovery that encourages innovation, positively impacts people's lives, and is a source of inspiration. As the next bold step in our Mars exploration program, Perseverance is the most advanced mission humans have ever sent to the red planet's surface. To say we're pumped about it, well, that would be a huge understatement. one of Perseverance's primary objectives, supports the field of astrobiology, which is the study of how life comes to be, the environments that can support life, and the search to see if life exists anywhere else beyond Earth. Perseverance is the very first rover designed to seek signs of past microbial life by collecting and caching rock and soil samples that will be returned to Earth by future missions. Her robust set of advanced instruments will also look for evidence of ancient habitable environments and monitor environmental conditions, all of which are paramount to increasing our understanding of how to protect future human explorers. Mars is a keeper of deep scientific secrets, which the rover will help unlock by studying the ancient record preserved in the layers of rock on the planet's surface. Scientists will be looking for rocks that may have formed in water, possibly preserving evidence of the chemical building blocks of life. For generations, scientists have wanted a sample of Mars to study. While we do have Martian meteorites here on Earth, it's much different than having samples of Mars rocks and soil that are pristine and that we know exactly where they came from. Samples from Mars have the potential to profoundly change our understanding of the origin, evolution, and distribution of life on Earth and elsewhere in the solar system. Even now, NASA continues to study moon samples returned by the Apollo program more than 50 years ago. We expect samples of Mars to provide new knowledge for decades to come as we study them with state-of-the-art laboratory tools we couldn't possibly carry to Mars right now. We may even see a sample of Mars displayed in the Oval Office one day. But first, we need to bring the samples back to Earth. The plans for Mars sample return are multifaceted and complex, but it's exciting how our technologies have matured, bringing us to this point where we can now attempt this amazing feat. To be certain we are ready, NASA initiated an independent review board to determine if this long-awaited mission is positioned for success. The board concluded that NASA is indeed prepared for the campaign, building on decades of scientific advancements and technical progress in Mars exploration. This historic endeavor demands multiple spacecraft and our partnership with the European Space Agency working together with a carefully orchestrated approach. Let me show you how. First, Perseverance will drill and prepare samples for return and cache them on the surface of Mars. In 2026, a fetch rover will be launched to collect those samples and bring them to a rocket that will launch them into orbit around Mars. Another orbiter will rendezvous and capture those samples for safe delivery to Earth. If it sounds complicated, it is. If it sounds extreme, it most certainly is. The Mars sample return mission will also help us prepare for human exploration. Things like the precision landing technology, capability to launch the first rocket from the Martian surface, and being able to assess soil characteristics and toxicity are all essential to paving the way for the health and safety of our human explorers. The technology to return the samples that Perseverance collects is maturing, but NASA's investments in developing autonomous robots and landing large payloads on Mars have laid the groundwork for a successful sample return campaign. We are so thrilled to be working with ESA on Mars sample return and with partners from Spain, Norway, and France on Perseverance science as we take our next steps in exploring the solar system. It's taken a lot of work, and there is much more work to do. But if there's one thing the Perseverance engineers and scientists have proven is there's just no I in team. I'll throw things back over to JPL, where Matt Wallace will talk about his team and give a project overview.
Thank you very much, Lori. Thank both you and Thomas for your kind words about the team, first of all. I've worked on every Mars rover mission. This is my fifth one. And Perseverance is different in many important ways. I wanted to touch on some of those for you to start this off. First of all, this is the biggest vehicle we've ever attempted to land on Mars. It weighs in at over a metric ton, and it is carrying 50% more science and technology payload than Curiosity, its closest relative, which landed in 2012. There are a number of new landing technologies on this vehicle, which Al Chen, my teammate here, will talk about shortly. But these technologies have been critical in allowing us to send this vehicle in the Jezero crater, a scientifically important location, but also a difficult place to land on Mars, and a site that was considered on previous missions but rejected. We can now get there with our technologies. We're carrying really an exquisitely complex and sophisticated set of new instruments to the surface of Mars for the first time. These are the instruments which our project scientist Ken Farley will tell you more about, but they're going to allow us to do the best job we can to understand that environment we land on and to pick the best samples, very limited number of samples that can come back on that Mars sample return mission which Lori and Thomas talked about. We've also built probably the most complex mechanized system that we've ever done in the Mars program, and that's probably saying something because we've taken on some big challenges before. But our sampling and caching system is the hardware that we'll use to collect those samples. It's also extremely clean to ensure that we don't have any terrestrial contamination riding along with us when we collect those samples and we bring them back to the Earth. We've added a lot of surface autonomy, a lot of new AI, if you will, to this vehicle so that we can complete this mission on the surface. All of our Mars rovers are kind of self-driving cars to some degree, but Perseverance is going to drive 3 times faster than any previous Mars rover so that it can get that job done that we talked about in an expeditious and efficient fashion on the surface. Finally, Perseverance is really leaning forward in my mind more than any of these other vehicles which we've sent to Mars. You know, in the 1960s, right here at this facility at JPL, in fact, in the same clean room where we assembled and tested Perseverance, which you just saw in that clip, we built missions called Ranger and Surveyor. They were the precursor missions to the moon. They were human precursor missions for the Apollo astronauts. And in many ways, Perseverance serves that purpose for Mars. As I mentioned, we're carrying a lot of new landing technology, which will feed forward into that activity. We have more surface intelligence, again, more autonomy. That's a feed-forward technology as well. We're carrying a suite of ruggedized commercial high-definition video cameras. We're going to be able to watch ourselves for the first time land on another planet. We're carrying microphones to the surface of Mars. This will be the first time we've been able to put that human sensory capability on the surface and see what we get. All those are very exciting. We have a weather station which will tell us a lot about the dust and the radiation and the weather environment that astronauts would need to understand and survive for future human exploration as well. And so this is a mission that's certainly leaning forward. And I want to show you one of those technology experiments if you want to run the clip. This is a picture of the MOXIE experiment getting integrated into the rover. The rover's upside down, and as you can see, the MOXIE experiment is getting craned into the belly of the vehicle. Now, what is MOXIE? MOXIE is something called an in situ resource utilization experiment, which is kind of a fancy way of saying living off the land. This is an experiment that will actually create oxygen on the surface of Mars by ingesting the Martian atmosphere, the carbon dioxide, dissociating it using a process called electrolysis, and creating pure oxygen. Now, this is a scaled experiment to demonstrate this technology for future human exploration, both obviously for life support purposes, but the oxygen is also important as an oxidizer for fuel to bring those human missions back to the Earth. And so all of that is really an exciting and new aspect to the mission. Now, none of these things really happen. And one more clip, please. On the next clip, I want to take you through one of our stars, actually, here, before I go to the next piece here. This is the Ingenuity helicopter. Thank you. As most of you know, Ingenuity is being carried on the belly of the vehicle. We'll find a good place to deploy it on the surface of Mars. We'll drive off to a standoff distance, and then we will become the official photographer for Ingenuity as it attempts to do something that's never been done before, which is powered flight on another planet. You know, this is a technology that's really going to open up a new exploration modality for us, very much like the rovers did 20 years ago when we flew Sojourner on the first mission to Mars. So none of these things actually happen without a lot of help. And I just want to acknowledge the many industry partners that we've had along the way. There are over 1,000 suppliers that have provided hardware for this mission. They're located in over 500 different cities, 44 different states. Pretty much every NASA center has contributed in one fashion or another to this mission. And in fact, internationally, we have educational facilities and universities, as well as additional suppliers that provide both engineering and science hardware for this mission. So this is certainly a team effort. And every mission deals with challenges at one point or another. And frankly, after having been doing this for 3 decades or so, I thought I had seen just about everything until about a year ago when I was proven wrong, and we all had to face the global pandemic. Now, this is something that happened right during the final processing for the spacecraft down at Kennedy Space Center. We had to react quickly. The teams had to figure out how to both keep the teams and their families safe, as well as continue to make progress for the launch, as Thomas indicated. It was really the first time during the entire development where I felt that the launch was in actually some jeopardy. It was just so comprehensive and so new. And so many teams came together to help us across the agency. Other NASA centers helped get us hardware and people down to Kennedy Space Center. The headquarters team stepped in, both Lori and Thomas specifically, and others, to help us get through that period. And of course, the team rose to the challenge and got us to the launch pad. And we've managed to fly the spacecraft to a point here where we're just a few weeks away now from landing. I asked the team in the spring of last year to come up with something that would symbolize, to mark this challenge, and to thank, in particular, the frontline workers, the medical community that were out there doing their job. And the team designed this. We call it our COVID plate. As you can see, it's got a representation of the Earth, the globe, all of us facing this challenge together. It's got a symbol of the spacecraft leaving the Earth, heading to Mars, and of course, all of this supported by the familiar staff and serpent of the medical community. We're proudly carrying this plate to Mars so that we'll remember back here on the Earth in the year 2020 and 21 that there was a community that stepped up and bravely did their jobs so that we could do ours. I want to pass the baton at this point over to Al Chen. He is our entry, descent, and landing lead. He's going to tell you a little bit about this activity that we're going to go through here in just a few weeks. It's one of the most difficult maneuvers in our business, and he will take you through the steps and the challenges that we have coming up in just a few weeks. Al.
Thanks, Matt. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that entry, descent, and landing is the most critical and most dangerous part of the mission. Success is never assured, and that's especially true when we're trying to land the biggest, heaviest, and most complicated rover we've ever built, to the most dangerous site we've ever attempted to land at. Now, if you take a look at this next little video here, you get a little taste of what those 7 minutes of entry, descent, and landing will look like in just about 3 weeks. Just looking at and thinking about landing really gets the blood flowing for me. Landing on Mars is really all about finding a way to stop, and stop in a safe place. Perseverance first hits the atmosphere, going almost 12,000, a little over 12,000 miles per hour, and streaks across the sky like a meteor, using that atmosphere to slow down. During that entry, it's got to survive the intense heating and deceleration of that period, while also using thrusters to steer toward the landing target to make sure we go to the right place. After slowing down to supersonic speeds, Perseverance will deploy a large 70-foot diameter parachute while still traveling almost twice the speed of sound. That'll slow the spacecraft down even further. While coming down on the parachute, Perseverance needs to figure out where it is. To do that, it'll jettison the heat shield that protected us during entry, and it'll use a radar and a new system we call terrain relative navigation to help figure out where it is. But the parachute alone isn't enough to slow down Perseverance for landing. In fact, the spacecraft is still going more than 160 miles per hour when the parachute is done, slowing it down. That's about as fast as a skydiver would be going if he jumped out of a plane here on Earth and headed straight for the ground, head down, without a parachute. So at an altitude of a little over a mile or so, Perseverance will fire up its engines, fly to a safe spot identified by that terrain relative navigation system, and slow down to about 1.5 miles per hour, right above it. And then it's ready for sky crane. Perseverance will lower itself, much like Curiosity did, from that rocket-powered jetpack descent stage and maneuver in for a gentle touchdown right on its wheels, at a speed slower than I walk. And because of how long it takes for radio signals to get back from Mars all the way to Earth, Perseverance has to do this all on her own. We can't help it during this period. So as you'll hear from Ken and Bryony, Jezero Crater is a great place, a magnificent place for science. But when I look at it from a landing perspective, I see danger. It's a formidable challenge. The site is replete with steep cliffsides that we're having to run right through the middle of the landing site. There's sand, there's boulders, there's impact craters. All of these would be a bad day if we touched down on them. So two new technologies that we've added for Perseverance since Curiosity make it possible for us to go to Jezero safely. The first is something we call range trigger. With range trigger, we've given Perseverance the ability to decide for herself when to deploy the parachute based on where she is. That helps us shrink the landing error ellipse, or all the areas that we can come down in, as you can kind of see in this graphic here. When coupled with the guided entry system we had on Curiosity, giving Perseverance the ability to choose where to deploy that parachute really shrinks the area that we might come down in and lets us land in a tight space like Jezero Crater. The second major technology we've added is terrain relative navigation. With TRN, terrain relative navigation, we've given Perseverance eyes and a map. I'm not sure most people do this anymore, but at least you used to be able to drive around in your car and look at a map and look out the window and see what you saw out from the window and match it up to what you have on your map and figure out where you are based on that. That's kind of what we're asking Perseverance to do too with terrain relative navigation. She's got an extra brain in there to help figure out where she's going, and an extra camera in there to give her eyes to see what's out there and match it up with that onboard map. Once she's figured out where she is, she can fly to a safe spot nearby. We've actually tested out this system out here in California, out over places like Death Valley, as this next clip will show. Here in this clip, you can see us mount that terrain relative navigation system on the front of a helicopter, so we could fly it over all sorts of different kinds of terrain that it might see, terrain that's similar to Mars. So here we are in Death Valley. Out there, it's on this gimbal in front of the helicopter, trying to mimic the kinds of rates and altitudes that we'd see on the way down on Mars. Here you'll see the system actually comparing what it sees from the camera that's looking down with an onboard map that's derived from satellite imagery, much like we hope to do on Mars. It matches up landmarks that it sees with its camera, with its eye, with those onboard maps and what it sees from those maps to figure out where she is. That helps us get our uncertainty and where we're at down to a couple of tens of meters. When we have that information, we can use that to help us fly to a safe spot nearby once we are done with the parachute and are flying on those engines. That way we can always make sure that we land in a safe spot for the rover to touch down. If it wasn't for range trigger or trained relative navigation, we just could not go to Jezero, as Matt mentioned earlier. Finally, we have one more system that I'm really excited about to try to give people a sense of what it's like to land on Mars. We have the system that's called the EL camera system, which includes a slew of cameras, as you'll see in the next picture, and a microphone. We've got cameras that are looking up at the parachute, so we'll see that supersonic parachute inflate. This will be really the first time we've ever seen that occur on another planet. We've got a rover download camera that'll allow us to see the ground rushing up at us as we go hurtling toward the ground. And then we also have cameras on the descent stage, that rocket powered jetpack, looking down at the rover, and then at the rover looking back up at the descent stage. So we'll be able to really see what sky crane is like during that period and see that rover descend from the descent stage and be craned right down to the surface. Additionally, with that microphone system, we'll be able to hear what it's like and what it sounds like when we're coming through those 7 minutes of entry, descent, and landing. So the entry, descent, and landing team is really excited for the challenge that we have in a few weeks, and we're really looking forward to bringing everyone for the ride. But while that'll be the end of our journey with Perseverance, the entry, descent, and landing team's journey, that's really just the beginning of the adventure on the surface and Perseverance's adventure and its mission. So to talk about some more, I'll hand that over to Ken Farley here.
Thanks, Al. 3.5 billion years ago, Mars was very similar to Earth in several important ways. It had a substantial atmosphere, it had lakes and rivers on its surface, and it had habitable environments, places where organisms that we know about on Earth today could have thrived. These are the only habitable environments that are known beyond the Earth. The central focus of the Mars 2020 mission is to explore one such environment and to see if it hosted Martian life. We're going to Jezero Crater. I much appreciate the efforts of the engineering team to get us to a dangerous landing site. It is a spectacular landing site. It once held a lake, and what we're going to do as soon as we get there is to explore the rocks that were deposited in that lake for biosignatures, for evidence of ancient life. The best and most promising samples will be collected into sample tubes that look like this. And I'm really happy I can show this. This is a truly elegant piece of hardware, and it's also beautiful. We will collect the samples directly into tubes like this, and they can be brought back to Earth by a future mission, which will allow scientists to analyze the samples in them using the full arsenal of capabilities that exist in terrestrial laboratories. Mars 2020 is the first mission which explicitly is seeking the signs of ancient life, and the first mission in which samples will be located and packaged for return to Earth from another planet. It's also the first mission in which a significant part of the science team was selected specifically to represent the interests of the future. And that's because the samples will return to Earth sometime in the 2030s, and as Lori said, they will be analyzed for decades after that. And what that means is that the scientists that are presently on the Mars 2020 science team are unlikely to be the ones that analyze the samples. The scientists who will analyze these samples are in school today. They might not even be born yet. And so it's important to understand that Mars 2020 is going to be doing its mission over the course of the next few years, but it is also a serious investment in the future of our science. I have the first graphic. Mars today is very cold, it's very dry, and it is completely inhospitable on its surface to life as we know it. The lake that once existed in Jezero is long gone, and here's what it looks like now. I love this image because it is so easy to see what's going on if you look closely. What you see in this image, in the background, the hills, that's the rim of Jezero Crater. And I hope you can see the canyon that is cut through that rim. That canyon was cut by a river that flowed onto the floor of Jezero Crater and deposited that large delta when it hit the slack water of a lake. That delta tells us absolutely clearly there was a lake here. This was a very large lake. It was about 30 miles across, which is about the size of Lake Tahoe, and it was hundreds of feet deep. And I should point out, for scale in this image, the crater about in the middle of the image, that is about 1 kilometer across. It's a very useful marker for us. So we will land, and we will have to check out the rover. It'll take some time to establish that the rover has arrived after its long and dangerous journey with everything functioning properly. So the first thing we have to do is we have to check out the rover, make sure everything works, check out the science instruments, calibrate the science instruments, and fly the Ingenuity helicopter. All that's going to take several months, during which science is not the primary focus of the mission. As soon as we're done with that phase, we are ready to go. And what we will do then is explore the geology, which means we will look at the rocks that were deposited in this lake and its surroundings to understand what they tell us about the history of the planet, and especially about the history of this habitable environment. And then we will use the very powerful instruments on the rover to look for biosignatures, to look for these leavings of ancient life. And we will collect about 40 samples into the tubes that I just showed. And ultimately, these will be transferred to the follow-on mission that can bring them back. The team has been studying this site for quite a few years now, and what we've come up with as a possible traverse is shown in this image here. And as I said, we don't know exactly where we're going to land, but it is likely that we will relatively quickly move on to the green line that you see here. This is a pathway that connects together all of the different habitable environments that we think existed within this lake and in its surroundings. You can see that we will drive up onto the delta and explore the features in the delta, and then move up to possible shoreline environments, and you'll hear more about those from Bryony in just a minute. And then we will climb up the crater rim, and just for reference, that crater rim is several thousand feet high. So it's important for me to point out this is a very ambitious undertaking. I sometimes call it an epic journey. It is about 15 miles long, so this is a long traverse. It'll take many years for us to do this. And the reason we do this, though, is that this will allow us to come up with the best possible set of samples to be brought back to Earth to answer the major questions that we have about Mars and about life. What would a Martian biosignature look like? Well, it might look like this. This is a stromatolite. It is a biosignature of microbial life, and such biosignatures are the oldest undisputed evidence of life on Earth. Rocks that are 3.5 billion years old that occur in Western Australia and several other places tell us that life was abundant on Earth 3.5 billion years ago. And they tell us that life at that time was only microbial. There was no complex life at that time. And that's important because if we use Earth as an analogy to what to look for on Mars, we should not be looking for things like fossil teeth or fossil bones or fossil leaves, because life took too long to develop those kind of capabilities to be present in the rocks at Jezero Crater. So we will look for stromatolites, and I particularly like stromatolites because they can be large enough that you can see with your eyes. We can see with the cameras on the rover. That will allow us to locate them in this very large study environment. We also have capabilities on the rover to study the rocks microscopically in a very small patch to look for structures at a much smaller scale that could have been produced by microbial life. And we have the ability to detect and map organic matter. And of course, organic matter is important because all life as we know it is made out of organic matter. So those are the kinds of ways that we will try to identify ancient biosignatures on Mars. People often ask, what is the likelihood that we will find evidence of ancient life? What is the likelihood that life existed on Mars? And of course, we don't know the answer to that. But I'd like to point out that those rocks that are 3.5 billion years old on Earth that have biosignatures in them, that have stromatolites in them, were deposited by microbes in the bottom of shallow lakes and seas. The Perseverance rover is about to land in a former lake 3.5 billion years old. This is a tantalizing similarity. It would, of course, be a fabulous scientific discovery to find that life existed beyond Earth. It would also be a very important discovery for humanity in general. We all know that this is one of those questions that people have pondered for a long time. It's also important to understand that even if we don't find evidence of life, that's important too. It's important because it seems that all habitable environments that have been studied in detail are inhabited. If we do a deep exploration of Jezero Crater with the rover and its instruments, and with the samples when they come back to Earth, and we find no evidence of life, we will have shown that in at least one place there is a habitable environment that is not inhabited. That would be a unique and important scientific discovery if that's what we find. It would tell us something important, that habitability alone is not sufficient, that something else has to be present, some perhaps magic spark that causes life to occur. And we'll need to think about that as we consider other potentially habitable environments in our solar system and also in the very large number of extrasolar planets that likely exist in the habitable zone. So now I'd like to turn it over to Bryony Horgan, who is a member of our science team. She's going to tell us more about the Jezero Crater environment.
Great, thanks, Ken. Yeah, so this first image you're seeing on the screen, this is an image that you would see of Jezero if you were flying over in an airplane or landing on it in a spacecraft. This is kind of the view that Perseverance will see with its cameras during descent. And I think it's a really nice illustration of what Ken was talking about, that Mars today is this cold, dry, and inhospitable place, but that there's really clear evidence on the surface that it did, and that's the delta in Jezero. So you can very clearly see the river cutting through the crater rim and depositing this delta on the crater floor. And, you know, one of the things I love about being a geologist, at least pre-COVID, was the ability to get in a plane and fly over the United States and look down and imagine what the surface looked like millions of years ago based on what I could see. And in this image, I mean, you can do that, right? You can start to imagine what Jezero used to look like, but billions of years ago, 3 to 4 billion years ago. And the reason we can do that, and the reason we're hoping to do that even better on the ground with Perseverance, is because the geology in Jezero Crater is so exceptionally well preserved. You know, it's very clear that the delta was formed at a time so long ago when Mars was warmer and wetter and more hospitable to life. And in fact, the delta itself is one of our first targets in our search for ancient life. And that's because as deltas form and rivers travel across the surrounding landscape, all this, you know, rain and the rivers transporting any kind of organic or biological material into the lake. And those organic materials get concentrated in the bottom of the lake in the muds. And we think, based on looking at orbital data of the delta, that those muds that could contain signs of organic materials and life are actually preserved at the base of the delta, at the cliffs in the front of the delta in Jezero Crater. But there's more to Jezero than just the delta itself, and you can see that in this image it's shown now with all these beautiful colors. And so these colors are not what you would see with your naked eye looking at Jezero. In fact, here we've taken colors, we've used colors here to indicate what kind of minerals we see on the surface using spectrometers in orbit on our satellites at Mars. And here, you know, this is telling us that Jezero is a very diverse place, has lots of really great geology, different over the place. However, what's really important here is the green, and the green here indicates carbonate minerals. Now, carbonate minerals are important on Mars or on Earth because they form when carbon dioxide in the atmosphere interacts with water and rocks and then precipitates out these minerals. On Earth, we see them all over the place. They're one of the most common deposits you get out of lakes and oceans, and so we're excited to find them on Mars. They tell us that water was once present at the surface. But in Jezero in particular, we're very excited about the carbonates. And you can see that there's kind of green everywhere here, but in particular, there's this kind of bathtub ring looking zone of carbonates just between the delta and the crater rim. And we think that might correspond to the ancient shorelines of ancient Lake Jezero. So places, ancient beaches you could have sat on along the shore of Lake Jezero. And so that's really interesting that the carbonates are in that location, because that could mean that they formed along the ancient beaches in the lake itself. And that's really great because carbonates, when they form in the lake, when they precipitate as a mineral out of the water, can actually trap whatever's living in there. And so in this next image, you can see an image of what we think ancient Lake Jezero might have looked like. Of course, this is back on Earth. This is a place called Lake Salda in southwestern Turkey. And here, this is a lake that we think is chemically very similar to what ancient Lake Jezero might have been like. And you can see it's this beautiful blue lake. But what's really interesting are all these weird looking boulders at the very front of the image. These sort of novel looking boulders are actually covered in microbial mats. These are actually modern stromatolite-like boulders that are forming today due to interactions between microbial mats, microbes living in the lake, and the minerals, the carbonate minerals that are precipitating out of this lake. This is the kind of thing we hope to be able to find in Jezero Crater. So in the next image, you'll see a view, just turning to the right, looking away from those stromatolite-like forms, looking down the shoreline of Lake Salda. You can see all these beautiful white carbonate minerals. And again, this is what we hope we'll find in that kind of green ring you saw just by the rim of Jezero Crater. We hope we'll find preserved ancient beach deposits. And in fact, in this image, in the upper right, you can see all these big white cliffs. Those are lithified beach deposits from when the lake level was a little higher. And we hope we'll find those exact same things in Jezero Crater, and that Perseverance can actually rove along these ancient beach deposits looking for signs of ancient life trapped in these carbonate minerals. Okay, so that's why we're so excited about Jezero Crater, because it has so many different ways that it could preserve signs of life. So what will we actually see once we land? Well, here's a great video showing the kind of perspective view we might get from the rover. This is, imagine if we landed on the crater floor in front of the delta. And so the cliffs you can see in this video are actually the front of the delta. And that, again, will be one of our first targets to look for signs of organic material and other signs of life in the lake bottom muds preserved at the front of the delta. And we might land on the delta. That's also a possibility, but then we'll end up with a fantastic view looking out over the crater floor. Either way, we're going to have, we'll be landing on just amazing rocks and be able to do fantastic science right away. So on the science team, we are incredibly excited to actually get on the ground and start doing fantastic geology. All right, thanks, and I'll send it back to you, JPL.
Thanks, Bryony. We are now ready to take media questions. Remember to press *1 to get put in the queue, and please direct your questions to one of the panelists. We're also taking questions through the Countdown to Mars hashtag. To start is Bill Harwood from CBS News. All right, Bill Harwood from CBS News. All right, we're going to move on to Marina Corin from The Atlantic. Marina, are you there?
Hi, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. This is a question to whoever wants to talk about Ingenuity. What lessons are you taking away from the failure of the mole on InSight? The mole and the helicopter are obviously very different instruments, but they are a little similar in that they are more on the experimental side and doing things that haven't been done on Mars before. So what have you learned from what happened with the mole?
Well, let's see. I could talk certainly about Ingenuity and how we're approaching it as a technology experiment. I'm not the right person to talk about the InSight mission, frankly, but I will say, as I said, I think during the initial opening comments, that when we take on these new technologies, that's why we're taking them on, because they're new, because they're difficult, because we haven't done them before. The helicopter Ingenuity it's a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. It's something we have not tried, and there's always going to be some probability of an issue, but that's why we're doing it. We'll learn from the issue if it occurs. I think when we do develop these systems, we put a lot of thought into what we need to do to test them here on the Earth. And Ingenuity is a great example of that. We flew this helicopter in Mars-like atmospheric conditions in our chamber many times during the initial development and during the final activities trying to get it ready to fly. We did a lot of work to verify that this hardware was going to survive that very difficult Martian environment. The thermal cycles are very punishing on electronics and hardware, and so we test that hardware before we send it to Mars. We look at things like dust. The dust on Mars is very fine. It's like talcum powder, and it can get into our mechanisms, including the things that, type of mechanisms that Ingenuity needs to fly. So we work hard to test and look at all those environments and all those risk factors.
We had there, and if we did it again, we would do it exactly the way we did it. And it's for the very reason that Matt just talked about, and that is that it's a perfectly good question that was asked with all the information that was, known at this time, with all the testing that was there, and once we landed successfully with the full commitment of the entire team trying to make it work, and in fact, in this case, finding that the physical properties of that soil, right there where we're trying to, where the mole is trying to hammer itself down, were not the same as we've seen before in other cases and in other places on Mars. And so we tried everything we could, and after trying everything we could think of, we said, the experiment is over. We learned a lot, and trust me, the next time we want to go back with a similar type of experiment, of course we want to try again. And we're really excited once the European rover launches in a year or so. They will also have kind of a way to get below the ground. So we look forward to what they're learning from that. We'll learn from these experiences. And just like Matt said, this is exploration. Those are the characteristics of exploration. What will we learn about Ingenuity? There's some environmental factors we don't fully know. We've never really experienced at the level of a flying system. But the point is, we have all the data from the surface of Mars in our that is known to humanity in our databases, and from various missions. And just like Matt said, everything that could be done was done with this particular vehicle to make it successful. So we look forward to it.
Thank you. And it appears that Bill Harwood from CBS News is back on the line. Bill, can you hear us?
Thank you very much. That was a mistake on my end. I just wanted to follow up something with Ken Farley, if I can, really briefly. You were talking about the possibility of negative results. You don't know if you'll find any biosignatures, but are there any practical implications to that? And what I mean is, you'd still send the landing craft, I assume, to pick up cache samples, even if you didn't see any obvious biosignatures. But would a negative result in any way, while it has scientific value, would you worry that that might impact political support, ongoing support for additional missions down the road, given the high cost and other targets in the solar system that some might want to explore? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think we should expect a definitive answer of the type that I was offering from the instruments that are on board the rover. The kinds of capabilities that are required to make a definitive assessment, was this habitable environment not inhabited? The kinds of instruments that are required to do that are the kinds of instruments we have on Earth. That's why sample return is necessary. So we generally suggest that we have the capability to detect potential biosignatures, things that might be biogenic, but it will be very hard for us to prove that. So I don't think the absence of something that we can wave in our hands and say we have found evidence of life, I don't think that should be considered at all a necessity for sample return.
Thanks, Ken. Up next, we have Mike Wall from space.com.
Thank you all. Dan, this one's probably for Matt. Could you just give us an idea of what the next 3 weeks are actually going to be like for you guys as you prepare for the EDL? Is everything pretty much set now, or are there lots of sort of preparatory tests that you need to do, lots of checkouts that you need to do to sort of get ready for that? Thanks.
Yeah, I can say a few words, and I think what I'll do is I'll turn it over to Al Chen to say a few words. For me personally, I'm going to get a haircut because we haven't been able to get a haircut for a long time in Los Angeles. So that's one thing I'm going to do. I think, the team has a number of well understood sets of activities that they need to get through on the vehicle. And I think Al's the best person to go ahead and talk us through some of that.
Sure, Matt. Right now we're finishing the last test, really, of all the EDL hardware, the last checkouts we have before landing. So we're finishing up that this week. Next week we're going to do what's called a cold boot. We're kind of basically, in some sense, erasing the memory of the past 6 months on the vehicle so that we get a system that's very much like we bring up our testing systems here, our test beds, in which we bring them up from powered off. So we want to make sure that we fly the vehicle just like we test it. So that's really what the purpose of next week is to try to configure the spacecraft as close to the way we test it as possible. Past that, we have a few more maneuvers that we can do to make sure we're right in the right place to start EDL, the entry, descent, and landing, at the right time. Additionally, we have the ability to give the spacecraft more information about where it is that it'll use when it's in the atmosphere. I spoke earlier of the fact that we're allowing Perseverance to figure out when to deploy her own parachute. We need to seed her with the best information of where she is to begin EDL so she can make that decision well. So those are kind of the big activities that are going on. Basically, in that last week, it's all about making sure that we're all primed and in the best position to succeed, almost literally, for EDL.
Thanks, Al. And up next is Steve Gregory from KFI.
Thank you very much. This might be for Ken. I'm really curious about the microphones on board. Whose idea was it to install microphones? And what exactly is it you hope to learn from microphones? Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me just point out there are two microphones that are on board the rover. One of them is associated with the package of sensors that will record EDL. And I will turn it to Matt to comment on that. But there's a second microphone that is part of the SuperCam instrument, and we don't really know what it will be able to record, but one of the rationales for doing it is there's a laser on SuperCam that will interact with rock at a distance, and it is likely that that interaction will make noise that we can record with the microphone, and we can, for example, potentially learn about surface coatings and other characteristics of those rocks that we could not learn any other way.
Yeah, so as Ken said, there are two microphones, the one he mentioned on SuperCam, and then there is one associated with the cameras that Al talked about, what we call the EDL cameras. These are commercial ruggedized cameras, and they came with, or they gave us the capability essentially to almost for free plug in a microphone sensor to that system. And so we took it. We thought it would be exciting to have, as I said before, that new human sense along with us for the ride. We expect to have that microphone, well, it will be active during entry, descent, and landing. So we're hoping to hear a lot of pyrotechnics being fired, a lot of separations and deployments happening, maybe some wind, after the heat shield comes off. So we're hoping to hear essentially the sounds of EDL, and we believe engines firing maybe. We'll see. We'll see what we hear. That's part of the reason we're taking it, because it's new and we haven't done it before, and we want to understand what we get from it. And there will probably be some engineering aspects, that will derive from that data. If that microphone survives on the surface, and I suspect it probably will, then we'll also use that microphone just to listen to the sounds of the vehicle. We have, for instance, a pump that pumps fluid around the vehicle, Freon around the vehicle to keep it warm. And so we'll listen to see how that pump sounds, just like anybody would, from a health perspective on on an industrial pump, for instance. We should be able to hear the wheels crunching over the surface as we drive. And I think we're going to hear that big rotary percussive drill, the big jackhammer drill out on the end of the robot arm. I think we'll hear that as well with that microphone. So, those are some of the things we hope to get with the microphone.
Modern cells, we could likely detect them with the instruments that we have, but we would not be able to tell that they were alive. So it is possible that if life existed there, we could see it, but we couldn't tell if it was alive.
Thanks, Ken. We now have the phone lines. Paul Brinkman from UPI. Paul, can you hear us? All right, we're going to move on to Irene Klotz from Aviation Week.
Hi, thanks very much. I have an engineering question and a science question. The engineering question for Alan is, with the range trigger and the TRN, how much fly time does that buy for Perseverance? What sort of time frame could the landing occur in? And I'm going to go ahead and ask the science question, if that's all right. It's kind of follows a little bit what Bill, I think, was trying to get at, is after Viking, there were no Mars missions for 20 years or so, when that proved to not find life, or most people feel it didn't find life. Maybe Ken or anyone else, can you put into context the experiments that are going to be done with Perseverance in light of what was done with not only Viking, but also all the scientific discussion about the ALH 8401 meteorite? Thanks.
I think the first question was about how much uncertainty there is and how long it takes to land, if I got that right.
Right. So how much time would you have to, it could land between this time and this time based on the ability of the rover to fly itself?
Gotcha. We land, typically nominally about in 7 minutes from the top of the atmosphere to the bottom. The uncertainty in that timing can vary about half a minute to a minute or so, depending on what the conditions are. As you mentioned, right, there are lots of things that drive that uncertainty. In particular, it's the atmosphere. What the atmosphere happens to be like that day, what the weather really happens to be like that day, can affect how fast we come down. That's typically between a half minute and a minute of uncertainty.
Irene, I know you had a science question. Perhaps Lori Glaze could answer it for you.
I can certainly try to answer that question. So, we've really, since the Viking days, really tried to take a very methodical approach to how we go about trying to ask the questions about whether or not life might exist someplace on another planet or another location besides Earth. We've taken a very, very, as I said, methodical approach, first starting with trying to follow the water on Mars, trying to understand just what the environments were like on Mars in the past and today, and that evolution over time, trying to understand just when the water was present, in what quantities, whether it was liquid on the surface, was it acidic, was it a more benign type of water that might be conducive or similar to the types of water we have on Earth that were conducive to life. And we've done this, we've taken these steps, and we were able to identify that water was present on Mars. And then we took the next steps and said, well, let's go to some places where we believe water was present in the past, such as Curiosity in Gale Crater, able to identify, looked for and identify organic molecules that were present, looked for complex organic molecules that could be the early building blocks, potentially, of life. So again, kind of a stepwise approach to trying to best position ourselves to be prepared to look in the best places we can to try and find or look for those signatures of where life might have existed. And all of those steps have driven us and had taken us to this point that Ken described, which was to identify Jezero Crater as a place where we believe there was standing water in the crater, within the Jezero Crater, and that there was actually a river flowing into that crater that would have been depositing its sediments from a large catchment area, and that if life had started to form 3.5 billion years ago, as it was beginning to form on Earth, same time frame, if it was happening at that time, there's a very high probability that if it were there, it should have been contained in those sediments and could potentially have been deposited in the deposit there in the river delta that's inside Jezero Crater. And so we feel like we've positioned ourselves in as best place as we can with the information that we have to look in the best spot that we know is available. And again, as Ken says, there's a chance that we may not find it there, but that's an important science discovery in and of itself. And there's certainly many, many other incredibly important science questions to answer at Mars beyond just the astrobiology questions, just trying to understand how planets form, how they evolve over time, how their climates change over time. And so I think Mars is an incredibly compelling destination for many, many reasons, and I fully expect us to continue that exploration well into the future.
Thank you, Lori. Up next is Keith Coing from NASA Watch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my question should be addressed to some people who are not present on this panel, so I'm going to direct it to Dr. Zabukin instead. The Mars 2020 mission involves the flight of the Ingenuity helicopter drone, which is a joint effort by the Science Mission Directorate, the Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate, and the Space Technology Mission Directorate. We just heard a quote from the new vice president, and I'm wondering, at a time when this new administration talks about a, quote, whole of government approach, one would think that the whole of NASA would be using their various outreach tools to talk about this helicopter and the overall mission. Yet you don't hear anything from the Aeronautics or Technology Mission Directorates, and their audiences aren't hearing about this. This is a little odd, since this rover and its helicopter have relevance to virtually everything NASA does and applicability to things in many people's everyday lives. So why isn't the whole of NASA doing their best to highlight the diverse capabilities of this mission?
Hey, thanks so much, Keith, for the question. As always, you're one of the best experts at looking at how we communicate and also helping us kind of identify places where, in fact, we can get better. But let me just talk about this experiment. This is a whole of NASA, whole of government kind of approach. There's never been, a rover that was developed with all the parts of NASA really being involved. I think Matt already told us that experts from all these domains were actively present, and that includes aeronautics, the space tech people, looking at Medley, also an experiment on the way down, looking at entry, descent, and landing, and discovering science there. And then, of course, on human exploration with the MOXIE experiment that was being talked about, and, of course, science. So it really has the characteristics that you just talked about. And it's also true, I met with both associate administrators, both the one from Space Tech and from aeronautics this morning, precisely on this point, because I just really believe it's just a huge opportunity for us, and there's tremendous excitement on all of these. And this will not stop with this one. Look at Dragonfly that we're developing, going to Titan, another flying object. Look at other destinations that are under consideration. And as we go forward, this kind of whole of NASA, whole of government approach, just like we're modeling here in this particular vehicle, is really an overarching theme of what you're going to see in communications across. And yes, as we go forward, we're going to be excited to kind of learn from each other. And, I do the same as I look at our breakthroughs in space tech, trying to really cheer from our accounts in science the same way, because we are really on the same team. So thanks for that. Yes, it's truly, like you said, whole of NASA, whole of government mission, like there has never really been before.
Thank you. And now we have a social media question. Tammy on Twitter asks, how do you land Perseverance on a 45-kilometer spot when Mars is rotating? How do you get it to the right side of Mars facing you to land?
I guess I should take that one. Yeah, it's a little tricky, right? I mean, it's we have to go a long way and then put the spacecraft in a position to succeed. I'm not quite sure what the best way to answer your particular question is, except to say that we're essentially targeting a particular position for Mars to kind of hit us. We're really throwing our vehicle up in front of Mars and letting Mars run into us. And that's how we target the position that we're trying to come and enter in from. Once from that position on, really, the spacecraft's on our own to fly out where we're trying to go. And that's where we use its initial guess of where we were when we came in, those parameter updates I talked about earlier. And then it'll fly its way based on that information until it determines where it is relative to the ground using train relative navigation and radar while on parachute. That's how it can really figure out where exactly it is and then target a nearby safe spot to fly to with the rockets during powered flight.
Thanks for answering, Al. And up next on the phone lines is Robert Holtz from Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Super. This, I guess, is a question for Thomas and Lori. I would like for you to step back for a moment. This is of course, the astrobiology mission. I'd like you to help my readers understand how this sits in the broader context of the question of astrobiology in our solar system and the other potentials, clouds of Venus, frozen oceans of Europa, Titan. What is the broad picture here?
I'm going to start, and then I really want Laurie to talk about this. And that is that I really do believe, and I think we're totally in agreement in all of science, that astrobiology is one of the key topics in all of science that is currently at the heart of what we're doing. It's a field where the progress is occurring at the speed that's frankly breathtaking. It is what we know today and compared to 20 years ago, it's just incredible what we've learned. We talked about some of these things on Mars. We could have similar discussions about Enceladus, about Europa. We could have discussions about asteroids. We could have discussions about exoplanets. And we could have discussions about biology, where breakthroughs have occurred in the meantime. So for us, the benefit we have with NASA is we actually have the ability, using various tools, to do some of these experiments in parallel and therefore not blame against each other. And so I'm just excited that we're, of course, developing a mission to Europa and many other approaches that we're looking at in parallel, including also researchers from heliophysics, for example, looking at the effects of magnetic fields on the stability of atmospheres and so forth. But Laurie, please take it from here.
Sure. So I actually really love this question because, as Thomas says, we are looking across the solar system and even beyond into the exoplanets, trying to think about astrobiology from a much broader perspective of what are all the different potential places where we should and could be looking for potentially signs of past life or current life. And of course, Mars fits nicely into that context as a place that is fairly quick to get to. It's an easy route, easy place to get to. We've got lots of practice getting there. Not to say that it's easy, but just that we've got lots of practice getting there. And we've done a lot of work over the last 20 years in the Mars exploration program of really setting the groundwork for knowing exactly where we want to go and at the kinds of questions we want to ask. But as Thomas just said, there's many other places that we're exploring in parallel that also have a lot of potential for maybe also feeding into those questions of what types of habitable environments could maybe even still host life today. Thomas mentioned Europa. We have a mission that's being planned now to launch to Europa in 2024 that's going to map out the surface of Europa and help us better understand how thick is the ice shell and is there potentially the ocean beneath that might sustain a life. And other destinations like Titan, which the Dragonfly mission we talked about just a little bit ago, is going to fly a rotorcraft to the moon of Saturn, Titan, also looking for organic molecules and potentially environments that could have been habitable at some point in time. And so all of these efforts are going on in parallel, really each one different types of environments, all trying to answer those important questions about what types of environments could host life and what environments may even still host life today.
Thank you. We now have Jonathan Amos from BBC London on the phone.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I was just looking back at my reports from the Curiosity landing, and I think the post-landing analysis showed the rover came down about a mile from the notional bullseye. And I'm wondering if you'd had range trigger and terrain relative navigation back then, how much of that error could have been reduced? I'm just trying to get a sense of how much more accurate Perseverance will be. And also for Curiosity's landing, you drew up a grid system for Gale Crater and named each square in the grid. And I'm wondering what the name is that you've given to the notional bullseye square in the Perseverance grid.
I guess I'll take the first part of that. It sounded like you were talking about the fact that we actually overshot just a little bit. Still well within our ellipse, but overshot a little bit on Curiosity. In fact, Curiosity actually knew at parachute deploy that it was a little bit past the intended parachute deploy target, but was programmed to just deploy the parachute when it hit a certain velocity. That's what's different this time with range trigger, is that once we're in a safe velocity range to deploy the parachute, it'll look at where it is, the range, and decide whether it needs to wait a little bit longer to deploy the parachute or it's hit the right place. So if we had range trigger on Curiosity, we would have been able to eliminate a large part of that error that we saw at touchdown. So I guess the next question was what's the bullseye named these days? I'll toss that over to Ken.
Yeah, let me help if you're not familiar with this. The scientists choose names for all of their targets that we study from the rover. We have a list of names, and they are actually pulled off of existing terrestrial maps. And we are following a protocol where our names will come from national parks and preserves around the world. And I believe the most likely place we will land is called Tamanfaya, which is a national park in Spain. I think it's in the Canary Islands.
Thank you, Alan. Ken. Up next, we have a social media question. Bryony, I think this could be for you. An average American on YouTube asks, are you going to study the surface of Mars? I heard there might be water down there.
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, so, we're looking for signs of ancient water mostly on Mars. Whether or not there's lots of water, liquid water on the surface today is still an open question when we're trying to understand, in terms of understanding modern habitability. But as, Ken talked about earlier, this mission is really about looking for signs of ancient water. And we know from all of the missions that have come before this that there was lots and lots of water on ancient Mars billions of years ago. And so that's really what we're targeting, is things that could have lived in those ancient watery environments.
Thank you. Now we have the phone lines open again to Jeff Faust from Space News.
Good afternoon. A question, I think, probably for Al Chen. I'm curious what sort of telemetry you'll be getting back in real time, effectively, during entry, descent, and landing itself. You talked about having a lot of these cameras on various parts of the spacecraft during reentry. I'm curious how much of that you'll be able to see live in effect as it lands. And a related question is, during previous landings, some of the most iconic scenes were in mission control and the celebrations during successful landings. I suspect with COVID it's going to be a different scene there. I'm curious how different mission control will look for Perseverance's landing versus previous landings. Thanks.
Okay, I think I can take those. Let's see. The first question was about EDL communications and what we'll have in real time. Much like Curiosity, we are sending some signals directly back to Earth. Those are what we call X-band tones. You can think of it like a piano with 256 keys, and we use each of those keys to mean something different. So we'll have those pretty much throughout EDL until about a minute before touchdown, about time right before or right after backshell separation. Unfortunately, then, based on the geometry, Earth will likely set below the horizon of what the spacecraft can see from Mars. So we'll have those tones up to about a minute before touchdown or so. Second, we have telemetry coming through the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. That team has actually managed to update their software so that they can support what we call bent pipe communications. So we can send telemetry back from Perseverance through MRO to Earth in real time. There's a little bit of latency, but not a lot of latency. Unfortunately, the rate that we can support there is only about 8 kilobits per second, which if you had dial-up like me, I'm dating myself a little bit, but is really slow. It's slower than most dial-up that folks had. So we will not be able to send things like camera data or microphone data in real time. We'll have to send that all after we land. I think the next part of your question was what mission control will look like at landing. As you surmised, right, the COVID considerations, of course, mean that we have to follow various protocols as well to make sure that we keep ourselves safe and keep each other safe. So the mission control area will definitely be less densely packed than it was for Curiosity, and certainly you'll see us wearing all the protective equipment and other pieces of equipment like these dividers that'll help us keep each other safe.
I'll just add that like every workplace, as Al mentioned, we have to instigate those protective protocols to keep each other safe. But assuming we do have confirmation, of landing, I don't think COVID's going to be able to stop us from jumping up and down and fist pumping. So you're going to see a lot of happy people, no matter what, once we get this thing on the surface safely.
Thank you. Up next is Leonard David from Scientific American.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, great. Thanks so much for doing this, and quite a team. Right team for the Red Planet. I'd like to jump ahead a bit and talk about the samples coming back, perhaps 30, 31, or I think 31. Are we still talking about a containment facility for all the specimens that would be brought back?
Lori, would you like to try to answer that?
So I can take that one. Yes, I would. Yeah. Thank you. So you asked a great question. In bringing the samples back from Mars, when we think about making sure that we protect ourselves back here on Earth in the event that potentially there might be something contained in those samples that we'd want to protect ourselves from, we are thinking about that we've been thinking about it for quite a while, and we're all now giving it very serious thought as we're really starting to begin our endeavor for Mars sample return. And we are, in fact, in the process of really evaluating and thinking about exactly what type of facility would be the best for containing those samples when they come back to Earth. There's still a lot of work to be done on exactly what that looks like, but we are, there's a broad agency-wide effort going on there, and we're actually bringing in expertise from other agencies as well to understand exactly what type of facilities would be best for that purpose. But yes, we're taking that very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you. Up next, we have Leo Enright from Irish Television.
Would be completed?
Hello, Leo. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
It's your turn for the question. All right, Leo? Leo Enright, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's your turn for the question.
Thanks very much, Raquel. This is for Al Chen. Just following up on a couple of questions. Is there some sort of hover time? If the vehicle arrives at a certain place after release from the back shell, can it do a Neil Armstrong? Can it zip across the surface for a few meters if it doesn't like what it's seeing? And I also have another question for Al, if I may. As a TV guy, can you tell us what can we expect in terms of early pictures? Can you please try, in best case scenario, what are you expecting in terms of pictures in the moments after landing?
Okay, so let me try those. I think the first question was about divert. As part of that terrain relative navigation system we've added to the system, right after backshell separation, we do what's called safe target selection. So the vehicle will actually try to figure out where's the nearest reachable, safest landing spot that it can go to, and then fly there. So that kind of is your Neil Armstrong moment right there, right after backshell separation. It'll use its engines to fly up to about 700 meters or so in search of the best possible place that it can reach at that point. So that is your divert there. The next question, I think, was about what we expect to get back camera-wise. After touchdown, much like we saw with Curiosity, we are taking pictures after touchdown. Assuming we are still in communication with MRO at that time and our bent pipe system is working, we expect to get back at least low-resolution images from the front and back, taking a look at both the front and back of the rover, out from the front and back of the rover. And if we have enough time, depending on exactly what time we landed, and how much additional coverage we have before MRO sets below the horizon, we expect to get some of that data, some higher resolution versions of those pictures as well. Past that, we have a data return plan for getting back some of the data from the entry, descent, and landing camera system. That's all those cameras that are taking pictures of all sorts of stuff. We may, in the best case scenario, get a little bit of a taste the next day, but more likely over the weekend, since we land on Thursday, we'll get a decent chunk of those images, not quite at the full resolution, not the full length by any means, since that's a lot of data, but at least a good first bite at it by the end of the weekend.
Great, thank you, Al. We unfortunately can't answer all of the media questions on air. For those of you with additional questions, please call JPL's Digital News and Media Office. We'll also continue to answer social media questions online. Thank you for your questions, and thank you to our panelists for joining us today. Perseverance is set to land on Mars on February 18th with commentary beginning at 11:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And we are offering lots of ways to ride along with us. To join the virtual NASA social and virtual guest events, register for the Mission to Mars Student Challenge and live stream the Mars landing, visit go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. For those of you interested in a deeper dive, we have a new press kit available online too, with lots of information and graphics describing the rover and its mission. There, you'll also have a chance to sign up to send your name to Mars on NASA's next flight to the Red Planet. And put yourself right into the action with our Perseverance photo booth. You can pose next to the rover, place yourself on our mission control, and even see what you might look like taking a selfie on the Red Planet. Again, it's all available at go.nasa.gov/Mars 2020 Toolkit. If you're on social media, join the conversation with the mission on Facebook and Twitter. Follow @NASA Persevere and use the hashtag Countdown to Mars. Thanks for watching.
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. Welcome to probably one of the biggest events of the year in spaceflight. There is a Mars rover heading to Mars currently at, 11,500 miles an hour, so about 18,000 kilometers an hour. So just screaming to Mars. There's no turning back. Before we get started with anything, let me apologize. I'm still in South Texas, and if you know anything about what's been happening in Texas, we've been kind of without power for the better part of the week, kind of on and off, and trying to find power where available. I can't promise you that I will have power this whole set, and in which case this is a very temporary space, so I apologize if there's any issues. I'm sorry if there's anything, if audio goes down or anything goes down, just straight up, I'm sorry. We've done everything we absolutely can to try to be able to stream this for you today. We have not had water and electricity, so we're just trying our best here. So I appreciate if there's any extra grace that you guys can give me today would be fantastic. So it's been a very long week, let me tell you that. We are still working on building out Mars Studio B, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and get you guys. We don't have a pre-launch preview because this thing launched last July on an Atlas V. So now we have a Mars rover heading to Mars, like I said, just screaming towards Mars. But if you do want to learn a little bit more about this particular mission, you can go to everydayastronaut.com and you can click on. We do have an article already kind of writing up almost everything. You can check out our timeline here of events that we're expecting to see. So we do have those down in the bottom that we will be highlighting. They'll be a lot more visible once we highlight them, as you can see. And so we'll be listening along with NASA and hearing all the call outs, and I will be providing the live stream for that as well. So this is going to be insane. So just a friendly reminder of what's happening here. NASA last July launched the Perseverance Mars rover for the Mars 2020 mission, and now after a 7-month transit to Mars, it is finally arriving, and it's really exciting. Obviously, for those of you that remember Curiosity mission or the InSight or some of the other Mars missions, there's no turning back. They can't pause and say, "Wait, stuff doesn't look right." They are flying at Mars's atmosphere, like I said, at about 18,000 kilometers an hour right now. So I'm actually going to increase their mission audio so that we can listen in a little bit here. Meanwhile, there's another fun thing we can kind of look at here. This is a kind of pre-landing simulation that NASA provides us, so we can take a look at the current distance. It's screaming right now. Wait, that can't be right. It says it's 500 miles from the landing site. No, that's not right. It would get there in 0 time. Or is that... What? Yeah, it's not. That's not... that's not true. What? But I just wanted to say...
Go east. Okay, station 63, turn transmitter drive off, 193502.
Oh, I'm not live on the thing. That's probably why. Where's the live thing?
East, 193502.
Oh, here we go. Click live. Thank you, Discord.
Activity flight.
Thank you, guys.
Go flight.
I appreciate that. There we go. That looks more correctness. Yeah, so that sounds about right. 10,500 kilometers, so about 1,000 miles. So that's about 16,000, 17,000 kilometers away. So it is, like I said, just absolutely screaming at everything. So first off, hi, Discord. Thanks for saving my butt already. You guys are amazing. Thanks for tuning in with me today, even though, like I said, this could be a little bit dicey. But yeah, we are about an hour and 18 minutes away from entry and landing and everything. So the sequence of events, there's about 7 minutes of terror. They basically will stop. Actually, most things are based on a timer, but then after about 5 minutes, it kind of doesn't matter the time. It's all relative to the elevation and velocity. And at that point, Perseverance will basically just be focusing on those things. So,
copy activity.
All right, let's get through a couple of your guys'. There's a bunch of new members. I really appreciate you guys, like Luis and Wesley and D. Scott. You guys are amazing. Good luck, Percy from the Martian Engineer. Let's see here. This is really cool to hear from Thomas, because don't forget they actually put like 1 million names or something. Pretty nice of NASA to send my name to Mars. Oh, and a cool rover and helicopter too. Thanks for making space so exciting. So that's what, honestly, I don't know what I'm more excited about between the actual rover or the Ingenuity helicopter. So don't forget, there's literally like a little tiny drone that's mounted to the belly of this rover. And as soon as they land,
read you
soon
5
after
by
they land, they're
5.
going to drop
Flight.
that rover, that little drone down. It's only
I
got
read
2
you 5 by
propellers. They
5 as
counter-rotate.
well. Welcome aboard.
They're huge. They're not really. They're actually rotors. Sorry, they're not technically propellers. They're large rotors. I believe they're about a meter in span. So the thing's about 3 feet in span. So, yeah, it's awesome. Yes, I can reduce NASA's audio a little bit here for you guys. Sorry. Yeah. So currently Studio B is not set up for those of you asking. Nope, it has no power and needs a lot of work before it is a Studio B. So when Studio B is up, it'll be a big deal. But that is something that I have. Hang on, about 30 minutes. Hang on.
Flight, this FP.
Go FP.
I can confirm via EHA that the 4 expected SFP monitors are now response disabled, as expected.
Just kind of listening in here. Quick.
Copy. All protection.
Oh, I can actually switch to kilometers. Ooh, I'm going to do that. Yes. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so I'll keep answering some of you guys' questions here. We're going to keep this up. And for those of you curious what we're looking at right now, basically what this Atlas V rocket, inside of the fairing of the rocket was this. And this is basically the cruise stage with the aero shell, with the heat shield, with the rover stuck inside. So that's what we're seeing here. This is a little 3D render of it. And oh, look, I can even float around. That's super cool. Okay, so the cruise stage here. Oh, this is awesome. Why didn't I play around with this before? So the cruise stage, obviously, as you can tell, has solar panels. That's to keep the vehicle powered up on Mars. The vehicle, once it's on Mars, will use a RTG, a radiothermal nuclear generator. But so the cruise stage is just attached to this aero shell, or the back shell, you'll hear it called. And then on the dark side right here in the shadow is a heat shield, a very large heat shield. All of this was tucked inside of the Atlas V. Now, currently, they're going to be doing they're going to de-spin the vehicle because they keep it spin stabilized. They will de-spin it using some small cold gas thrusters or monoprop thrusters. Hang on, I'm going to listen in real quick here. Oh, his audio is cutting out. So what's going to happen, though, is in about an hour, they're going to de-spin. And then soon after that, they're going to detach the cruise stage, fly with the aero shell, and enter kind of like an Apollo capsule or something that you might be a little bit more familiar with, some kind of more traditional spacecraft. I'm going to listen in here real quick.
You see the dashed line, that's where we expect if we had a perfect trajectory. And at this point, we're still pretty close. You can also see we're drawing our uncertainty corridor. As we get closer to Mars, into the gravity well, it's less uncertain. Mars is starting to tell us where we really are. And you can see that in the lower right corner, where you can see actually nicely how Mars is really telling where it is, and the uncertainty ellipses have been nicely collapsing. We're actually pretty close to EPU3 we put on board, so that looks good. So then to continue, what to expect as we go into EDL, you see here at first we're actually still in outer space, and then actually at one point, this will be the top plot on your screen, you'll see that we rapidly decelerate in the atmosphere and then actually go to parachute deploy at the fire, hopefully at the end, and then we go further. We'll just zoom in on that a little bit. So this just shows you more zoom in of that, and we'll do that actually during the EDL so you can get a good look at all. And you can see all the events that are going to put dashed lines because they're not quite certain at what time they exactly. But it should be close. So
Sorry, his audio is pretty clunky. I'm hearing that on my end here. It's very clunky. So I'll just keep talking here. So yeah, people are asking why it spins. They do it for a couple reasons. If you're spinning and if you're doing any kind of maneuver on your axis where you're spinning, you can null out. Say your engine was a little bit off thrust. This isn't exactly why they do this, but pretend you do have something spinning, and if your thrust was a little bit off axis, if you're spinning, it cancels out that off axis bit 100% because because it's spinning. The thrust can just kind of cancel itself out and maintain going in the direction that they're intending to go. Now for this, they do this for a few reasons: to do a barbecue roll to make sure that the vehicle's cooled. It also does maintain stability because of its rotation. But yeah, So it's going to be if I remember right, they actually do a couple D spins. All right, so this is an interesting question from Mark, saying, which first, this sample return or human landing? Because that's what's interesting about this vehicle. Perseverance has a core drilling system where it's going to be drilling into the surface of Mars, caching samples of Mars in tubes, and then storing them up underneath its belly. It'll go probably plant them somewhere in some kind of localized setting, and then another vehicle in the future that could maybe return by 2030 is supposed to go and pick them up. So 9 years later, pick up samples, and we could maybe see samples back on Earth in 2030. So the question is, which will happen first, human landing or the sample return? Oh, those there is a decent chance to me that I'm team. I kind of am in the team of, I think we might actually be landing on Mars by 2030, so the last launch window of the decade, which means that humans would probably get on Mars while the sample return might be coming home, which would be really, really cool. So it'd be a win-win either way. When do everyday people get our turn to go to Mars? They're making progress. Right now the biggest concern and the biggest constraint is launch costs. When this mission costs, the Atlas V that launched it was hundreds of millions of dollars. The Rover is $1 billion basically. These are expensive bespoke missions. And in the near future, hopefully, especially with the promises like vehicles such as Starship, as many of you guys are probably very familiar with, SpaceX's Starship rocket is hoping to bring the costs down by orders of magnitude. And what that means is going to Mars could be, potentially just several million, like $5 to $10 to $20 million, just for the transportation. So it could be, if that's the case, then all of a sudden that becomes, if you can sell 100, 200 tickets at once, which I don't think you'll quite be doing, I think it could happen in our lifetime. I think 20, 30 years from now, we could see an average person that wanted to sell their house here on Earth or give up on, their earthly possessions and wanted to go work and live on Mars. That could actually be a possibility, in my opinion, in about 20 to 30 minutes. Now, don't forget, a friendly reminder here about the real-time aspect of this. So this, what we're seeing on screen is pre-simulated telemetry. It's pre-simulated, so it's not the actual real-time data. That I have over here on a different screen. So that's actually, they aren't showing us the exact real-time data. Maybe there is one, I forget. But there is a 20-minute delay. So we're seeing it as in real time as physically possible by the speed of light. So as far as the crazy thing to think about is everything we're seeing happened 20 minutes ago. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. All right, let me keep answering some questions for you guys. Musical Wolves, is a bigger heat shield needed for Mars entry, or is it more about how to slow down with less atmosphere than slowing down causing overheating? Is this current Starship trip like your mini Apollo 13? Is this current Starship trip like your mini? So Musical Wolves, first off, hi and thank you. Is a bigger heat shield. So heat shields are, okay, so this is an ablative heat shield, which means that it can handle really high peak temperatures, but its total temperature is not necessarily as high as more of a radiative cooled heat shield, something like the silica tiles on the space shuttle. Now, if you increase the surface area of the heat shield and you make it, say, twice as much surface area, it can apply basically twice as much braking force. And so there's this balance of heat, deceleration, and all of these different forces, and of course weight, your mass of your payload. If you have a big heavy heat shield, you don't want it to be any bigger than necessary. Now the thing to remember is this thing is coming in at interplanetary trajectories, so it's absolutely screaming at Mars's atmosphere. Even though Mars's atmosphere is only about 1% as thick as, actually I can tell right here by my shirt, it is 1% as thick as Mars's atmosphere, or as Earth's atmosphere. It's still very similar to when a vehicle's coming in and re-entering Mars's atmosphere, or Earth's atmosphere. Sorry, you're in the upper atmosphere anyway. You're aiming at that really, really thin, like the really, really, really thin parts of Earth's atmosphere when you re-enter. And when you're doing that, because you're going so fast, because you're going 10 times faster than a bullet, that thin amount of atmosphere will still compress, still heat up, still slow you down. So Mars has the same exact physics. There's nothing in the game of physics that's actually any different. than what we're seeing happen on Mars. It does take more atmosphere, relatively speaking, compared to Earth's atmosphere. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense and helps answer that question. Thank you very much, Sandra. How's it going? Thanks for saying hi. Good to see you. The Martian engineer. I was super lucky to interview the pilot of the Ingenuity helicopter. Can't wait for it to fly. That is super cool, the Martian engineer. Yeah, having a little drone fly around on Mars, just even getting footage flying around Perseverance. Think about how amazing that's going to be. Think about like the shots we could and hopefully see, just to be able to get that sense of perspective that we would never see on Mars before, just to give you that sense of, oh, I'm there. You know, we're all familiar with drone footage now. It'd be so cool. So yeah, the thing to remember with that helicopter is it can only fly for about 2 minutes before they need to land and recharge basically all day. Because don't forget, Mars, although it obviously has, a decent amount of sunlight, it has about the same amount of sunlight per day as Earth, relatively close. It's only about a quarter as powerful. It's 25% the amount of sun energy is received by Mars, or about 30% or whatever it is. So it receives a lot less solar. So if you have say a solar panel here on Earth, that would produce, what we're used to. We'll say, I'm just going to make up numbers, say 10 watts. On Mars, that same solar panel will only produce about 25 watts. So yeah, to even be able to fly and recharge a solar panel for a little tiny Martian drone is absolutely incredible. So every other day, astronaut in our Discord wants to know if NASA could someday send a rover to go and retrieve old rovers. I don't know if they'd ever go to try to retrieve old rovers. But yeah, Aaron in our Discord says, yeah, maybe that would be the job of Starship. I don't think it really makes too much sense to try to do any retrieval, but one of the things to remember about something like this is, humans could go someday and visit them, just like on Apollo 12 when they visited the Surveyor rover on the moon. They landed only literally 200 meters away from the Surveyor spacecraft. And it was just absolutely nuts to see a human walking up to a spacecraft that had been sitting on the surface of the moon. So, what did I say? 10 watts. Oh, sorry. 10 watts on, I'm totally sorry, guys. Sorry. I've not been sleeping much. 10 watts on Mars or on Earth would be only about 2.5 watts or 3 watts on Mars. That's totally my bad. I apologize. Okay, let's see here. This is from CP Scott. Thank you for your excitement about spaceflight. I thoroughly enjoy your broadcasts and uploads. I can't wait to see SpaceX Starship on Mars. That will be absolutely nuts. That'll be nuts. Let's see here. Oz in our Discord says, I'm excited to see the Sabatier process. It's not actually the Sabatier process being tested. Parts of the Sabatier process are being tested on Mars. There is this experiment called MOXIE, which will be making oxygen on the surface of Mars, but it's not making methane. It's only, it's part of the Sabatier process is to take and do electrolysis and then pull in CO2 from the atmosphere and turn it into methane. But this is only making oxygen on Mars, the MOXIE experiment. So, for those of you asking, if you want to join our Discord channel, consider becoming a Patreon supporter by going to patreon.com/everydayastronaut. There you can get linked up to our awesome Patreon community who asks lots of really good questions and helps me a lot with some of the live streaming stuff. And they get a little bit of insight to all of the craziness that is my life at times. So yeah, thanks guys. If you want to help me do what I do and get things better, and hopefully I think Studio B is going to need solar and batteries so that I never have to be without electricity for streams ever again. Consider becoming a Patreon supporter, patreon.com/everydayastronaut. That means the world to me. So thank you guys for all of those that help out. Some extra grace. Thank you. It's going to be necessary today. Again, even just lack of sleep and lack of I forget how hard it is to actually not have water and power. We've been pretty lucky with power. We've had about power half the time in the last week, which is decent. But one of the first nights it was 26 degrees Fahrenheit, so like -3 degrees Celsius or so, with no power was not fun. Yeah. So, all right, let's keep going here. Thank you so much for it, Alexandra. I really appreciate that. The best alpaca, stay warm. Thanks for the stream. We're trying. I probably should be wearing another layer, but it's all right. Thank you very much. From Sergey. Tim, the telescope is aiming in my ear. Where else would you want to point a telescope besides directly in my ear? Maybe we'll point it right like that. It's a cute old Nautica telescope. I don't know. I think it's really cool. Corona Kiva wants to know, do we know how much the cruise stage weighs and also the final rover weight? The rover is just over 1 ton, basically. So we've got the specs on it here. Yeah, it weighs, here's the width, length, and height of Curiosity and Perseverance. They're very similar. So don't forget, Perseverance literally used some of the leftover hardware, like backup hardware for Curiosity. So they are based on the exact same platform. They're very similar rovers. They both have a very similar RTG and similar wheels, a similar system. Yeah, so let me see if I can find it here. But we do have some of those information. Yeah, the wheels on Curiosity did sustain a lot of damage. That's something that they upgraded a lot for this vehicle. Hang on. I'm going to listen here quick. I'm going to make sure one of these is muted. Yeah, okay.
Loss just prior to cruise stage separation due to the transition to direct-to-earth tones. We can expect X-band tones only until we have telemetry lock with MRO, which will be about 1 minute prior to entry. This means we will be tones only for about 9 minutes before receiving telemetry via MRO.
Just a question.
An additional note for the flight team,
maybe
no
because
need
I'm
to
missing
reconfigure
something.
telemetry
Are
viewers.
we just
Vent
starting to
types
do every
telemetry
other
MRO should populate
run
where there is
out
X-band telemetry.
based on what's being delivered?
Additionally,
in
for anyone
ESS
who's monitoring a subsystem.
Hold on, I think I have 2 things going live here right now. I want to find the other one so we don't have... It sounds like there's 2 different things on my computer, but I don't know where the other one would be.